to Rookie of the Year. C.J. Stroud still there as the favorite, minus 165. Yeah. Puka Nacua, 3-1. Levis, 10-1. Jordan Addison, 12-1. And the preseason favorite, Bijan Robinson, who admittedly I had a ticket on, at 14-1. That thing I can start ripping it up because Arthur Smith doesn't use the guy enough. Plain and simple.
Yeah, the name that I'm actually intrigued by here, because when you start talking about, voting and voters, it's always so narrative driven. But the answer would be Bryce Young at 40-1. And I know that sounds crazy. But the reason I say that is because A, he was the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft. So he's got that totally going for him. And B, as you think about the last half of the season, he had his best game of the year last week in a win. They finally got their first win against the Texans. And the reason why, largely, is because they have made an offensive play calling change. It's now Thomas Brown. Frank Reich has let go of those play calling duties, and he has handed them to his offensive coordinator, Thomas Brown, who, people around the NFL absolutely rave about. So I'm just, we're talking about value here. If you think that Thomas Brown's going to open this up and this is going to be a deal where Bryce Young looks more like the number 1 NFL draft pick over the back half of the year, I think there's some value here. If he can pick up some wins and he can, start to throw for 300 yards here and there, I think he's real live, Alex. Again, he's the number 1 pick in the draft. So I think there is going to be sort of a predisposition to giving this guy some hardware. So at 40-1, I think you can absolutely make worse bets.
Interesting. Like I'm with you to where I could see suddenly Bryce Young at the end of the season being 10-1, and you say, "Wow, I got a 41 ticket." But I'm guilty of this too. We talk all the time about value, but also you got to make sure, like, are you cashing the ticket? We can both have value, but can the ticket cash? That's my only concern. Yes. I don't doubt your logic. Like I hear you. I'm following, and it makes sense. I just think he's too far behind now. Not in the odds market, but literally with his stats. They're a 1-win football team. I mean, what are they going to finish still with 3 wins, 4 wins? Like that's my challenge. C.J. Stroud's in the driver's seat. I think Will Levis is an interesting one still to follow at 10-1 because if they win some games and then Titans are able to do that, and let's say the Texans, after losing to Carolina, start to hit a rough patch, Will Levis to me is the name that could still sneak up. Otherwise, I do believe it's kind of a 2-horse race with the 2 guys there in Puka and Stroud. And we know a quarterback is always going to have the advantage, fair or not, in these offensive Rookie of the Year conversations.
Well, yeah, and plus, Stafford's probably out this week, so, that probably impacts Puka's, output. So, look, I mean, who wants to lay, minus 165 here, Alex? I don't want to lay minus 165.
Absolutely.
Even though I think CJ has clearly been a revelation, to many people around the NFL, and he looks like, because there's a dearth of great quality quarterback play in this league right now. It's just a fact. It's bad. And, maybe he's going to be sort of that first next generation, that next generation guy that comes in and, can actually, vault his way up into the top 10, top 12 of this league. But I don't want to lay minus 165. I want value, damn it. So give me Bryce Young 40-1 here.
I hear you. All right, let's shift over to college football. And again, we'll get to our best bets before we wrap things up in our next segment. But Michigan, who, by the way, will take on Purdue today, and the Wolverines are 33-point favorites. You can shop around a little bit, but 33-point favorites right now. And we know this comes in a week where more information has come out around this assistant and now fired individual and Connor Stallions, who has been the center of all these allegations. He was previously suspended with pay during this investigation into sign stealing. And then this week there was that photo of perhaps him on this Central Michigan sideline. And people on Twitter are investigating. They've got a screenshot of his glasses that look like there's a blue light, which would suggest maybe allegedly he's recording. This whole thing is fascinating this entire week. Let me first start. We can get to the impact maybe it has on bettors and how you bet these games. But where are you at on this entire situation that has prompted this dude to be fired, who I think, Michigan's course going to sell as a lone wolf here, right? And say this dude wrote a manifesto and he kind of, frankly, maybe a little bit out there to say the least, and that they didn't know and all this. I think we know that that's where Michigan's going to try to go. But is that good enough for the NCAA? Is that good enough for the Big Ten presidents who reportedly met this week and are expecting perhaps to have some punishment towards Michigan?
No. Now, when are they going to be punished for it? I would probably set the over under at 2,034 and a half. But no, it's a complete BS stance. How can you not know? I mean, I don't care how crazy you are. You're not just going to do this and go rogue and the coach isn't going to know, and the coach is not going to have any, second hand info. Like, this reminds me, like, when Rick Pitino was like, I had no idea that they were going to the strip club. I had no idea that this was okay. Like, in the end, there is a burden of knowing what is happening with your program, right? Like, that is not an excuse to say that, I just had no idea. It's not an excuse. You're the head coach. You're responsible. So to me, the only question is, not if Michigan and or Jim Harbaugh is punished. It's just a matter of when. I live in Memphis, so I know how slow the wheels of the NCAA bureaucracy tend to turn.
Hey, man, I'm right there with you here with KU, so absolutely.
Yeah.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. The following is an exclusive presentation of Pirate Radio, the voice of the pirate nation.
Get low, get low. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, are you ready? Go, when the whistle go.
It's hard to measure man's heart. And when you have a team that's hungry and got something to prove, they can go out there and they'll close some guys' eyes and they'll be like, dang, we did not see this coming. The one thing that you can't ever count on is a man's will.
These are collisions, man. We're not playing patty cake. Once you just leave all your emotions and all that other stuff at the door, man, just go out there and have fun. You'll have a good day.
He did it! He did it! 54-yard field goal! You can paint this one purple! My goodness! Who we doing for? Who we doing for? Who we doing for? Who we doing for? ECU!
Pirate fans, get ready. It's time to talk ECU football on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate Show. The Pirate Radio sports team will get you ready with a game-winning strategy, live reports from the stadium, a breakdown of all the X's and O's, and all the scores and previews from other games around the country. Let's get ready. It's time for Pirate football on the voice of the Pirate Nation. The Bud Light Pregame Tailgate is on the air.
All right, good morning, Pirate Nation. Welcome in to another edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. East Carolina back in action this afternoon, 3:30, Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium, taking on the Tulane Green Wave. Two teams going in different directions. Tulane comes in here, finding themselves ranked in the first college football playoff poll of 2023. They are 7-1. They are undefeated in the American and are looking to close out an undefeated American regular season and go to that AAC championship. For East Carolina, we have entered November, and the Pirates still looking for their first conference win. The Pirates still looking for their first win over an FBS opponent this 2023 season, and what a day it would be today if they could get that first win, pull off the upset, play the role of spoiler, and knock off the Tulane Green Wave, which they did just 2 years ago inside Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. Pirates rolled up 52 on the Green Wave. A lot has changed between then and now with these two teams and these two programs. We will have all the info you need to know heading into it on today's edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Coming up in hour number one, Brian Bailey will join us, and we'll hear from our old friend Corey Glore, voice of the Tulane Green Wave. Hour two, ECU former wide receiver and coach Jason Nichols will join us in the Pirate Radio studios. We'll also hear from ECU offensive coordinator Donnie Kirkpatrick. Hour three, a lot of live interviews to get to, including David Glenn, Patrick Mason, and the Weave, Billy Weaver. We'll also have the Papa John's Pirate Preview from Brian Bailey. Hour four, we'll hear from ECU defensive coordinator Blake Harrell, Brian North. We'll have our fantasy picks, And we'll have some tailgate check-ins as well with Ellerby, Chun, and the Pirate Radio crew. Jenny has dropped off the Cuccinellas downtown on 5th Street and also Midtown next to Best Buy. You can follow Cuccinellas on Facebook and Instagram for the Pie of the Week, menus, and more. And we are locked and loaded with some awesome pizza pie for this Bud Light pregame tailgate. 7-1 Tulane, 1-7 East Carolina will pop the top on the Week 9 edition of the Bud Light pregame tailgate.
Bud Light was brewed to be delicious and easy to drink beer, even when little things in life are hard. Like when the game is going into overtime, but you have even more time to enjoy it in a fresh Bud Light. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local retailer today. Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Rick House is Eastern North Carolina's premier American-styled restaurant and bar, and there's always something special happening at the Rick House. Join us for lunch. It's our 2 for $20 lunch special during the week, and it's the perfect spot for that lunch business meeting. The Rick House celebrates the last Thursday of every month with a special wine tasting, and our buffet brunch is to die for. Follow the Rick House on Facebook for the latest schedule. The Rick House, American Provisions and Spirits, 710 Red Banks Road beside the bowling alley in Greenville. The Rick House.
In football, it takes great offense, defense, and special teams to make the perfect team. With New Blue, it takes great service in plumbing, electrical, and HVAC to make a perfect team. This is Aaron Williams with Ease Plumbing, and we have teamed up with Viva Electric and Roland Black Heating and Cooling to form New Blue Service Group. Same great local team, same great local service. Let us help you tackle any issues you may have. Just go to callnewblue.com. That's callnublue.com. New Blue Service Group, where we are redefining service excellence. Go Pirates.
North Carolina State Parks invites you to enjoy camping your way. With the weather changing, booking your own cabin is the perfect solution for your camping getaway. Reserve campsites or cabins today at Jones Lake, Goose Creek, and Cliffs of the Neuse. Whether you enjoy traditional camping or air-conditioned cabins that can be rented with Wi-Fi, your next adventure can include hiking, beautiful scenery, and sunsets by the campfire. For information on booking a cabin, visit ncparks.gov.
This is John Gavigan with the Gavigan Agency. Our top priority is doing what is best for our members. Whether you are buying a new vehicle, a new home, protecting your family with life insurance, or filing a claim, our agency will be there every step of the way. Our goal is to become a trusted advisor for you and your family for all of your personal and commercial insurance needs. Give us a call in Greenville at 756-1400 for a car, home, business, or life insurance quote today, and give us the opportunity to show you the benefits of doing business with someone who cares.
Hi, I'm Annalie Newhoff.
And I'm Rob Campbell.
And we are with CopyPro. We have been locally owned and operated here in Eastern North Carolina for almost 50 years. CopyPro is the leader in office technology.
Does your business struggle with keeping printing costs low or producing professional documents? Here at CopyPro, total customer satisfaction is our #1 priority.
We have a variety of solutions to help reduce your printing expenses and make your business more productive. Call us today at 1-800-682-6558 or online at copypro.net.
CopyPro, we are the professional office systems people.
The convenience of Pitt Greenville Airport is waiting just outside your front door. Service is back, so you're connected to destinations worldwide through flights from American Airlines. Plan your next trip. Book your flights today at flypgv.com or aa.com.
Good news, business travelers. PGV and American Airlines has added a new early morning flight available now. Book today at aa.com and be on time for that connection in Charlotte. Fast, convenient, and close to home, PGV has American flights perfect for your next trip. PGV, where the Pirates fly.
The brunch is back. The famous brunch buffet at 5th Street Hardware has a variety of breakfast and lunch items from 10:30 to 2, including an omelet station and prime rib, and a special Sunday cocktail menu, including mimosa flights. Don't forget, 5th Street Hardware has lunch specials every day, along with over 40 beers on tap. Trivia Wednesday, live music every Thursday night, and a late-night menu through the weekend. Visit 5thstreethardware.com or give them a follow on Facebook and Instagram for a weekly lineup and more. Go Pirates!
This is Isaiah Winstead. You're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now back to the show.
All right, heard Isaiah Winstead coming back into the show. Isaiah contacted me this week and said he'd be around, and we are expecting him to come to the studio late in our show today. So hopefully we can see the former Pirate and current San Francisco 49ers practice squatter, Isaiah Winstead, one of our favorites. Enjoyed talking to him last year throughout the football season. All right, Shirley Rhodes is here, the big dog, Glenn Griffin. And once again, thanks to Jenny for bringing by the awesome Cuccinella's Pizza. So we are ready to go. MC Hammer kicking us off here on a Saturday morning.
Well, it's going to be Military Appreciation Day over at ECU. So all the artists that you hear today have served in the military at one point or another.
MC Hammer, one of our brave soldiers.
Yes, served in the Navy.
He did the Chinese typewriter. And that was the name of the dance, right? Where he would do the he did that in battle. People forget that. Look that up. All right, David on Facebook says, "Happy Saturday! Ready for some exciting fifth quarter call-ins this evening?" Hey, David, it's you typed that at like 11:30 in the morning. You didn't even let us get through the freaking pregame open. Pace yourself, man. We got a long ways to go before we get there. And to answer your question, if the Pirates win, yes, I will be. We'll be excited for the fifth quarter. Joshua's checking in from Johnson City, Tennessee. Where's that camera coming from? I didn't see you there. Sneaky. All right, chat gang in the YouTube. Pike is here. He liked the stream. We appreciate that. Steve says, "Boom, boom, boom." Here is that with the Chandler reference. I'll bring this up with Brian Bailey in a moment, Mitch's comment, but he is calling for an upset today. ECU 17, Tulane 14. We go out to the Pirate Radio live line. Brian Bailey joining us. Bailey, isn't it great all week we're talking about the struggles and everything, and then you wake up Saturday morning and you feel that eastern North Carolina fall weather and get around your Pirate buddies and start tailgating and start believing in a win. It's like a cycle, and we're in that part of the cycle where we believe ECU can pull it off today.
And the more you drink, the more you believe.
Folks getting an early start on this Saturday. Bailey, this Tulane team coming in, seeing their name in the college football playoff poll, much like East Carolina did the first ever college football playoff poll. Remember that one, Bailey? The Pirates are 23rd, I believe, getting ready for a trip to Temple either that week or shortly after that, and kind of all slipped away from ECU.
Yeah, I remember that well, and it's kind of, eerily similar to me, and I think Pirate Radio posted it up, the TCU game. When TCU came here late in the season, the Pirates had nothing to play for. And the Pirates upset TCU that afternoon. TCU was nationally ranked. But, when you look at this game, obviously, if Tulane comes out, and listening to Willie Fritz this week, he says his team hasn't come out on all cylinders yet this year. So hopefully they don't get a good start in Greenville. But if they come out hitting on all cylinders, it'll be a very difficult assignment. But if they come out and stumble a little bit, last week was just bizarre because every time the Pirates would make a big play or do something positive, it seemed like the defense – would not only give up, it was a big play, but it was like a bust. Like you'd see the play and you're like, somebody should have been right there. And talking to, hearing from Blake Harrell during the middle of the week, and he said they had some big time busts on a couple of those plays, and they got it shored up in the second half. But it's kind of like that leaky dam. There's something going on, somewhere. No matter what you get fixed, something else springs a leak, and you're trying to fix that one. But hopefully the Pirates will get some things fixed today and put on a good show, because obviously Greenville needs it, East Carolina needs it, Eastern North Carolina needs it, and it'd be nice to see.
Brian Bailey joining us, Pirate Radio Live Line, East Carolina and Tulane going at it today. And Mitch said on YouTube, so Colorado loses 4 games and changes the play caller. ECU, nothing. We've seen coordinators let go. We've seen coordinators get demoted. Here they are just riding out the storm, Bailey. And I'm a little surprised they haven't maybe gone to a different play caller, changed something, shift some seats around there in the offensive staff. But Mike Houston, Donnie Kirkpatrick, the offensive staff kind of keeping their duties and just going to roll through this thing and see if we can see some improvements here the last month of the season.
Well, the way I look at it is the same basic offensive staff that rolls to big-time numbers with different players, are struggling this year with a different set of players. And I don't know if Bill Walsh could come in here and run an offense with what's happening right now because, and maybe there's some stuff that goes on at practice that we don't get to see. But, last week we talked so much about the offense just didn't have any confidence at all. The Charlotte game, that offensive structure was just, brutal. And that's, Mike Houston would tell you that. Donnie Kirkpatrick would tell you that. That was one of the worst offensive games. That was offensive to watch that offense in that game. But, I don't know who can come in there and turn this thing around as far as a signal caller. Now, with that said, obviously, Coach Houston's got some tough decisions to make in the offseason. I think you kind of juggle that, like, what good would it do if I make a change with 2-3 games to go? But I think he does have some tough decisions to make. And, we're friends with all those guys. We also know it's a business. They know it's a business. So I think it's one of those things that you'll see play out once the season ends.
Yeah, and Donnie, not just the offensive coordinator right now. We were talking the other day about, I asked him, is he surprised at all where you see a Tulane team you rolled up 52 points on 2 years ago at Daddy-Ficklin Stadium? They were Cotton Bowl champions and are trying to get back again this year. It can happen so fast. And, he talked about how in today's world you can really flip it quickly. And he talked about their preparations for next year and what they're doing to get ready for next year while they're trying to win games. So it's kind of a multifaceted coaching system they have going right now where they're thinking about 2024 while trying to finish out 2023 strong. It really never ends, the recruiting, the prep for next year, Bailey.
It's almost like what we used to hear out of the SEC all the time. We got to go buy some players, but now it's legal. But that's basically what East Carolina has to do. They have to go out and find some really, some players that can make a difference. Recruiting has changed so much. How do you go into somebody's home and, you used to sell the mom, on the school and the coach. And now you're basically, saying, how much can you get my son? How much can you, how much are you going to pay? And to me, it's just not what it was designed to do, not designed, to be like this, but that's what the world we live in now.
Talking to BB, Brian Bailey on the Pirate Radio Live line. We got another pirate in the YouTube that says, I feel really weird about today. I think we're going to pull this one off. Bailey, what's your diagnosis there? What's that weird feeling he's got? Is that legit or some kind of indigestion here? What do you think?
I think it was Jack Daniels.
JD.
I had the feeling at UTSA that they were going to play better, which I think, that they did.
Yeah.
I was surprised the defense gave up what they gave up. That was the disappointing part. And I think that's the part that Blake Harrell really felt bad about because, he's kind of looking at it like, dang, we finally get, some help on offense. And our guys just, have those big busts and those big plays. So, once you get out on the field, it's just two teams battling. And I don't think that Coach Houston has lost the locker room. I think these guys really, really want to, really want to play hard, and especially at home. They want to do some really good things. And, and again, I think it's going to take some confidence early on if they can get some of that confidence. Jalen Johnson was a different player down in San Antonio.
Yeah.
Where's that guy been? He was running routes and getting open. They were hitting him with passes. And so I think, you need to see more of that. Some other guys are going to have to step up. But, I'm a positive person for the most part, and I always have a good feeling when I come to Daddy-Ficklin.
Yeah, and Michael Pratt does not like Daddy-Ficklin Stadium. He threw 3 interceptions a couple years ago when he was here, Bailey. So hopefully the ghost of Daddy-Ficklin can get him once again in this defense. And for the first time this year, I feel like the defense really has something to prove after they were gashed by Frank Harris and the Roadrunners last week.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think these guys have a lot of pride on defense, and they really, they're thinking like right now we got to figure this thing out. And I think they had I don't want to say a good week of practice because that seems to be the worst thing you can say about this Pirate football team. But I think that the defense does certainly have something to prove.
All right, Bailey, we'll have your Papa John's Pirate Report coming up later on in the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Hope you enjoy the game today, Bailey, and maybe we'll check in with you late and get you on the field and see if you can maybe give us some good mojo for this one, East Carolina and Tulane.
Sounds good. Give us a call.
Thank you, BB. There is Brian Bailey kicking us off here on this Week 9. Can you believe it? Week 9 edition of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Brandon says, my comments keep disappearing for some reason. Well, I was able to read that one, Brandon. I don't know what happened to your other ones. Tyler says, the change, and he said this when we were talking about coordinators, play callers, all that, should have happened over the bye week if one was going to happen. And it didn't happen, which tells me it's not going to happen during the year. Steve Hill says, dang, I should have picked up my prize pack while I was there. What did Steve drop by? Shirley and Glenn
he dropped by.
Faces are full of pizza right now.
He dropped by some cupcakes.
Hey.
Mini cupcakes.
Hey.
And a long sleeve of Reese Cup footballs, which will be going into the refrigerator.
I was getting ready to say we need to put them in the fridge.
An Iverson sleeve of Reese Cups?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, ma'am. That is the way.
This is the way.
That is the way.
Austin says, ahoy, Captain Clip. It's game day, baby. Let's go get this dub. Get fired up. All right.
I will say
I am fired up, but that's because of the piece of pizza I just ate.
What kind
She got into your spicy joint.
No, you didn't, Shirley.
Well, I thought
Look
there was
at Shirley's face. She's like crying.
My nose is running. Well, first, I saw that there were jalapenos on there, but I could have sworn there were some.
You like were banana peppers, didn't you?
I thought there were banana peppers on there, and there weren't many banana peppers.
And I noticed you pulled some of the peppers to the side. I like to do that as well because you still get some of the heat, just not as much.
Right, it's the flavor.
Yeah.
Without the assault on your.
So if I
digestive
struggle
system.
through the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, that's the reason why. Because right now, I can breathe my brain.
Shirley, maybe
I have like no stoppage whatsoever right now in my head.
She'll be shedding tears for teams today while reading the scores. That Cucinella, see, I'm waiting on that one. I couldn't do that before noon. That's going to be my afternoon pizza, the spicy there from Cucinella's.
A little pick me up.
Tell you what, this buffalo chicken is hitting though.
Does that have a little bit of heat to it, or is it just?
Yeah, a little bit.
Wow,
for sure in terms of.
What
buffalo.
do you think of that new camera angle, Flip?
It's fine. I like that it gets me and y'all in the background.
Right, that's what I like.
Yeah.
Yeah, which means I have to duck out of the camera shot to eat because I don't think you guys want to watch me eat.
I like that it caught me off guard. It was something different. I was like, what am I watching here? That's me. It shows a good close-up of me eating the pizza.
It's like being in a fun house, like, you know, the mirror maze.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you're like, hey, I'm over there.
Our miscommunication earlier was very funny.
When I was trying to show the pizza.
And then you were like, you showed it to the front camera, so I went to the front camera. And then you were showing it to the side camera while I was showing it to we were off.
The problem is...
We were off a step because of the delay.
If I'm watching Facebook, it's a very, very small delay. YouTube has a huge delay. So I'm like way behind. Yeah, it's confusing.
It's like, 30 seconds or so on YouTube maybe.
Troy Head says, draw the blinds. It'll make for better lighting. Troy, I've asked for something over that window for at least 10 years now. Because I remember when I used to do like the Brian Bailey show at times during the year.
You can get blinded.
You would get blinded by the light.
And it also, before we put that backdrop in, it used to make that room still gets hot, but not as hot as it did during certain times of the year when the sun would bake that window.
Yeah, that backdrop you're talking about over here. Yeah, because it blocks out that window. We should just at least tint the windows so it's not so bad.
All right, let's go through
I know some people around here, guys. I'll see what I can get done.
Yeah, I mean, it's not as big of an issue now because...
We're going to leave that in your hands.
We don't have as many nighttime programs as we do. We don't have any, live from the booth, live Brian Bailey show.
Sure.
But there was a certain time of the year where I'm over there producing, and, man, it is just shooting through right in my face. But I'm good now. All right, Tyler says we can come wave in the window. You can, but Joey will escort you out. Actually, he's not here today, so it'll be the big dog. That's even worse. So wave at your own risk. Let's see.
Wave at your own risk, please.
Please. Robert says, with as much coaching turnover this offense has seen this year, maybe Houston thinks it's best to have consistency for a young team. I would agree with that, Robert. Brandon.
What it was speaking of guys that fired their OC, Dion letting go of his guy when the offense wasn't the problem.
He didn't let go. I think he just demoted, right?
But that guy's gone, though. That dude left being a head coach at Kent State to come there and be the OC QB coach, and he got demoted. I mean, he's gone.
Dion is kind of treating this like we're playing
It's very PlayStation-ish.
Yeah. You bring in 1 million new players.
Yep.
You're firing people. You're changing stuff.
You can't do that every offseason in college football. You can't flip the roster every year.
We'll see.
I mean, we will see.
We'll see. Because it looks like that's their strategy. Brandon says, I'm going to call it like I see it. ECU is going to get their doors blown off. I don't see this game being close. All right. Chad said, I heard touchdown. Tony Collins was in Greenville. Any truth to this rumor? We will find out when we go out to the Pirate Radio tailgate zone later on in this show. I heard a rumor that HV3 was hanging out downtown earlier
today.
Yeah. So, yeah, a lot of folks in town. Isaiah Winstead's supposed to be here and hang out with us coming up later on in the show. Brandon says, don't bring down the vibes. I look forward to ECU football all year. Let me fool myself into feeling hyped, please. Sometimes you got to trick your brain and your heart into thinking you have a chance to win, and Brandon is doing that right now. All right, let's take a break. The casual musician said, come on, Greenville, kill the like button and get the stream to Valhalla, brother. All right, I like your energy on this Saturday morning. When we return, you'll hear from Mr. Hello himself, Corey Glore, play-by-play voice of the Tulane Green Wave, and get his thoughts on this matchup, some players to watch, and why Tulane has been so successful these last couple years. Craig said, I hate that you guys put in so much time every weekend this year to see the same results and have repetitive fifth quarter call-in shows. I appreciate you and admire your dedication. Hey, we're one win away from turning it all around, Craig. We're one win away from a non-repetitive fifth quarter call-in show. That's what you got to think about.
Even like
one win away from flipping and having a celebration today.
Even a competitive game.
That would be a start. That would be
3 touchdowns would be a start.
For the offense?
Yes. Like 21 points.
Yeah.
Regardless if Tulane had 41, the fact that we had 21, I would take that.
Baby steps.
Baby steps. Every step counts.
Every kiss begins with K. Let's take a break. We'll come back and hear from Core Glore and more with the chat gang on a Week 9 edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Back with you after this.
When you walk through the doors of Villa Verde, you'll experience the sights, sounds, and smells of authentic Dominican flavors. This is Jay from Villa Verde, inviting you to come by and try one of our amazing empanadas, our famous red snappers, grouper bites, seafood paella, Cuban sandwiches, and much, much more. Relax on the patio with a fresh mojito or a cold beer while enjoying one of our out-of-this-world desserts, like our rum pineapple cake or our famous tres leches. Villa Verde on 10th Street, a platform for good, and a proud supporter of the Pirate Nation.
I'm Caleb Stroud, the founder of Stroud's Marine. I grew up on the water and I've loved boating my entire life. In 2012, I decided to give back to the marine community by creating a way for boaters to order pre-owned salvage marine parts online. Stroud's Marine was born to offer incredible prices and unparalleled customer service. We stand behind every part we sell, and our mission is to save you money and get you back on the water as quickly as possible. Visit StroudsMarine.com today for more information. Stroud's Marine, your best source for salvage outboard parts.
It's Bostic Sugg Furniture's big anniversary blowout, and we're celebrating it in style with huge anniversary savings on hundreds of items in stock, plus 6 months special financing. Experience the most restful, rejuvenating sleep ever on a comfortable mattress at a very comfortable price with up to 48 months special financing. Plus, in celebration of our 8 decades in business, register for over 8 anniversary giveaways during the big anniversary blowout at Bostic Sugg Furniture.
For years, Callie Ann Phelps has been singing about Phelps Chevrolet.
Phelps Chevrolet is the one for you. Low prices, service too. See the big dealer right away. Carolina's finest, Phelps Chevrolet.
And you'll agree with what Skylar Phelps has to say.
Nobody beats Phelps Chevrolet's prices. Nobody.
The name you can depend on. Phelps Chevrolet.
Get you one.
Ahoy, mateys! It's Captain Jack Spare of R&R Tire Express. We're here to serve our pirate community by offering easy payments for easy ownership. For you landlubbers, R&R will install a new set of tires for just $20. $50 installs new custom wheels and tires. To learn more about R&R, stop by 3920 US 264 or rnrtires.com.
Everyone has their origin story, and for countless riders on the road, track, and trail, that story started on a Honda dirt bike. Honda's lineup of CRFF trail bikes has ignited a passion for riders everywhere, and along the way, they've helped teach responsibility, instill confidence, and form bonds between family and friends. Honda is thrilled to introduce the latest CRFF trail bike lineup, available now at Ron Ayers Motorsports. For those riders just starting out, there's the CRF 50F and CRF 110F, both featuring an automatic clutch. For younger teens and smaller adults, there's the CRF 125F and 125F big wheel. You get a bump in power, seat height, and performance. And then there's the CRF 250F, a fun trail bike that offers plenty of usable power and the kind of durability Honda is known for. See the full lineup today at Ron Ayers Motorsports, Highway 11 north of the airport in Greenville, and we'll see you on the trails.
This is Frank Lee with Appliances Superstore. We make buying appliances easy. Now we make buying golf carts easy. Yes, that's right. We have golf carts in stock. Icon and Bentelli, street legal golf carts that are ready to hit the road. Mention Pirate Radio and get $500 off your new cart. It's just that easy. Get your new golf cart today and save $500 when you mention Pirate Radio. We're located right off 264 behind the new DMV or AppliancesSuperstore.com. Appliances Superstore, where we make buying appliances and golf carts easy.
Great food, great atmosphere, and great service is Ottavola Market Cafe. Ottavola is simply a restaurant that focuses on that, being a great restaurant. There's something for everyone at Ottavola. The menu offers a variety of great choices like pastas, pizzas, sandwiches, soups, salads, and seasonal rotating selections. Lunch or dinner, Ottavola is always the right call. Call ahead and get Ottavola to go, or stop by the bar for a drink with friends. It's simple. Come and eat at Ottavola Market Cafe, Red Banks Road next to Food Lion, and OttavolaMarket.com. Ottavola, pirates supporting pirates.
This is Amanda Houston, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the pirate nation. Go Pirates!
Pool party, you turn up! Now some kids and ladies and girls. Treat them like diamonds and pearls. Real one in the house!
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back for the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner. Be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media. Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at PR927FM. We'll keep you updated throughout the game and, of course, after the game with the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter post-game call-in show. You can join the over 68,000 followers today. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
All right, Shirley. Am I supposed to take from this that Shaggy was in the military?
Yes, he was. He was in the Marines.
Actually, I heard he used to be the one that actually dropped the bombs. Do you know what they called him? They called him Mr. Bombastic.
Oh, jeez. One moment, please. Let's see what I'm hitting.
Are you going crickets there?
Yeah,
okay,
crickets.
Fair enough. That's fine. Shaggy! All right, welcome in Shirley Rhodes, playing music from musicians who have served in the military today.
Correct.
All right. It is
Some
military.
may actually surprise you.
The first two have. I've been here for a million years, and you've done this before, so I remember MC Hammer and Shaggy, but I forget every year, and it does surprise me. I'm wearing my ECU Stars and Bars hat, and hopefully by now you have seen at least a photo of the awesome midfield logo that Joey Perry and his crew have for today's game. They're going to look good out there. Pirates also going with a new helmet. Did you see that, Glenn?
That looks sweet.
Tweeted out about it Thursday night. I was impressed.
You like it?
Yeah, man. I was into it.
I wonder how it's going to show up on the field, like if you'll be able to read it, because it's kind of...
It's dark.
It's black, and then the purple's a little lighter, it looks like, but still purple and black.
Purple's metallic.
Yeah.
On a black mat. No,
So
I think these are black shiny. They're not black.
Too.
They're not black.
Shiny on shiny.
Yeah, it's shiny on shiny.
Shine on shine.
Which I like better. I don't like the black mat with the shiny decals. I don't think that matches. But this all matches and is congruous to me. It all makes sense.
I like the different combo with the black pants and the purple jersey. I do like that combo. Have we seen that before? I don't remember seeing that before.
We call it the Ravens look, right? I mean, it looks very Ravens.
Yeah, it's Ravens. It's the opposite of the Shane. What I would call the Shane.
What's the Shane?
The black, white, black.
Mm-hmm. The Oreo.
Yeah, it's the home version of that.
I got some games kicking off. Best games in the noon slate. Texas and Kansas State should be pretty good and pretty interesting because Texas going with the backup, no Quinn Ewers today. Let's see, Florida and Arkansas playing in the Swamp. And I don't know, that's Notre Dame Clemson going into the year you thought would be the ABC 8 o'clock prime time. That is a nooner at Death Valley because of the way Clemson has struggled this year. So we'll keep an eye on all that Texas A&M at Ole Miss as well. Number 1 Ohio State trying to avoid upsets because it is, do or die time now in November. If you are one of those top teams, you've got to avoid the landmines and avoid looking ahead to big games. And of course, Ohio State still has Michigan to play. If you're Texas, you are trying to stay in it with one loss. And if you're these other teams, Alabama, LSU tonight will go a lot about deciding the West and who may take on Georgia in the SEC championship. So big day of football. Also final day perhaps of Bedlam. Oklahoma and Oklahoma State 3:30 kickoff. We'll keep you up to date on everything going on as they're about to kick it off in Texas. More on East Carolina and Tulane now with the play-by-play voice of the Green Wave, Corey Glory. Joined us earlier this week on Pirate Radio Live. Gave us a nice scouting report on the team we'll see today, the Green Wave. And in honor of Chandler, here is that. Corey Glory joining us, Pirate Radio Live line. Corey, we'll switch to football in a moment, but are there any tropical location tournaments that Tulane's involved in? And if so, will you be able to go or will you be doing football? What's your road trips look like for hoops?
So there's not really a tropical locale. I mean, it depends on how you want to slice it, but Tulane men's basketball is going to San Juan Capistrano, California in Thanksgiving week. That's Orange County, right on the coast. And so it's not tropical per se, but it does have some water and some warm climates around it. And I will be able to do that trip. That comes Monday and Wednesday of Thanksgiving week, and so I will be at Florida Atlantic for a little football on that Saturday, and then that Sunday I will head out west and I will call some basketball before I have to get back here to call a little football with UTSA on that Friday.
Excellent. Corey Glore joining us. Tyler in the YouTube chat said, "Screw basketball. We're eating that dub on Saturday." Huh. All right, Tyler. I like your confidence. Corey, when I was texting to get you on this program over the weekend, we were talking about the teams we cover, and you said Tulane, likes to jump out and then kind of finish, kind of just play out the string towards the end of games, let teams hang around, whereas East Carolina will hang around for a while before completely folding at the end of games. Am I getting that right?
Yeah, I think that's fair. It has even gone past the point of playing out the string now for Tulane, where they have needed to battle to close out games over the last couple of weeks. And, I mean, you can point to really just the starts of the second halves. It's, you know, it has fans kind of in a little bit of tumult here, even with the 7-1 record, where the last 3 weeks, Tulane in the third quarter has been outscored 42-14. And one of those was they were trailing entering the second half. That was at Memphis. But the last two, they had big leads, and they let them all go. Last week, it was a 20-point lead at Rice, and they had to win by 2. The week before, they were up 21 or 28 at one point against North Texas. No, check that. It was 21. My apologies. But they let a 21-point lead go away, and they had to win it at the end. And so Willie Fritz is changing some things up with how they come out of halftime and really just kind of restructuring the warm-ups. Like, this is something that he's going to try here just to see if that will kickstart his group to be a little bit more focused in the start of a second half, because they've dominated first halves. They have a 72-13 edge in first quarters this year. And so, like, they have come out storming, but they've always had a tendency of letting folks back in the third quarter here. And so it needs to get cleaned up with 4 weeks left. There's no question about it. If they keep playing this type of game, they will get burned eventually.
Corey Glore joining us. I really hope we get the UTSA Tulane battle on, is it going to be a Friday, Corey? November 24th after Thanksgiving down in New Orleans. And UTSA is going to be a favorite in all their games before that, as will Tulane. But the Green Wave do have a couple of road trips at East Carolina and at FAU to try to avoid upsets. They should be able to take care of Tulsa at home. But, Corey, a lot to play for. And, man, it's got to be tough for Fritz to just get his guys to focus on what's next, because you tasted that Cotton Bowl success last year, so the guys know what's on the line, but there's still a long road to get back to there. You see your name in the college football playoff. Like, East Carolina and Tulane have completely different challenges right now for Houston and Fritz. Houston just trying to win a game, just trying to put together a full 60 minutes of clean football. Fritz trying to keep his guys focused for the next challenge, because, man, that carrot is at the end of the stick again for Tulane.
Yeah, and I think what might be a little bit helpful in that regard when it comes to kind of keeping motivation going for Tulane here is that they have not played great games by and large here in conference. They have had to escape, you know, that they were able to rally back at Memphis, and that's a big win there. That the committee chairman mentioned that win as a big reason as to why Tulane sits in front of Air Force right now for that group of 5 spot in the poll. Their come from behind win at Memphis, but they had to escape North Texas at home. They had to escape Rice last weekend. And so, you know, I think you can kind of keep beating the drum right now if you're Willie Fritz that this team has shown spurts of looking like a conference champion, but then they've had these lulls here. And they've been able to overcome them, and it speaks to, especially on the offensive side, with the veteran leadership, what Michael Pratt is able to do orchestrating this offense, and twice now he's had to drive down the field to win games at the end in back-to-back weeks. You know, they know that they're capable of doing all of this, but I think that they can look at film and, you know, the general reaction after these games has been slightly annoyed from these guys that they haven't played the way that they know they should be playing and they're capable of playing. Hopefully that's the type of thing that just kind of keeps the fire burning even brighter here in the last 4 weeks of the year. They've had great run away from New Orleans. They've won 8 in a row on the road, 9 straight when you had the Cotton Bowl. There's something about being on the road that seems to just give a little bit of an extra gear to this team. But you're right. I think a few folks might have been a little bit surprised that they were ranked above Air Force in the poll last night, and there are reasons why. But I think you just simply point to the fact that this team hasn't felt wildly great about how they've played each and every week in spite of the wins to keep them motivated to just find a way to play better and look the part of an American Conference champion.
Corey Glore joining us, Pirate Radio Live Line. Jamie says, can we get some advice on how to overcome one big lull season? And was going to ask you about that, Corey. Different situations, but I asked Mike Houston about it at the press conference on Tuesday. To see a 2-win Tulane team that the Pirates put the beat down on 2 years ago here in Greenville, to see what they are now, to see what they were last year, it gives you hope. It shows there is a formula for you to quickly turn things around. Can you put your finger on one or two things, Corey, that Fritz and Tulane were able to do to turn? Is it new players? Obviously, Michael Pratt's been in there for a while, but what is that secret formula to turn it around so quickly, like the Green Wave did?
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't a major influx of new players from the 2021 year to the 2022 year. What happened is you had a lot of guys who were talented, who were good, and maybe were thinking about leaving for supposed greener pastures after a 2021 season, that all kind of got together and decided to stay because they didn't want that to be their lasting legacy on that football program. And that, I think, that speaks to part of kind of the environment that Willie Fritz has constructed here, and that's been years in the making for that, guys that even after just a horrendous year wanted to stay and wanted to fix it and change it around. The veteran leadership on last year's team was all there the year before, and so they knew that there was nothing that could be hurled their way that they hadn't experienced before, and so they were able to kind of punch their way out of the corner and bring this program back. They made it their mission to do so. And so when you look at East Carolina right now, and yeah, this is I put this as kind of the most shocking thing that's happened in the league right now, what's happened with ECU this season. This is where you got to find the veteran leadership here that's willing to really stand firm and want to fix things. That's what happened here, and want to make sure that what's happening this year isn't how they depart, how they want to leave. And so that speaks to the environment that Mike Houston is building there, and Coach Fritz has a ton of respect for Coach Houston. They're very similar in their upbringings. And so the environment that's created in that program will warrant veterans sticking around, becoming better leaders, and wanting to turn things around. That was the recipe here. And it worked. It certainly worked, and now they're trying to sustain it. If it can be done at Tulane, where the challenges of recruiting are very strong, then it can be done at a place like East Carolina. There just has to be the desire to do so from top to bottom.
Wow. Great response, Corey. Very old school, want to kind of loyalty answer there, and you don't hear that a lot in college athletics. And on the new school front, Corey, we had our last fifth quarter almost turned into the NIL portal new age of college football show. It was more big picture than recapping East Carolina and UTSA, but we hear a lot of how we need to focus on the NIL here and can't get left behind and can't be behind our peers. How about at Tulane? How much is that prevalent as to why Tulane is where they are right now? How much of that is NIL? How much of that is playing the new style of college football, keeping up with the Joneses and all that? How important is that for Willie Fritz's program?
It has been big, and it's grown bigger over the last couple of years. The NIL collective here was started very early. Tulane was kind of on the ball with it when all this started to happen a few years ago. And so this NIL collective that's been structured here has helped in retaining some of these guys. There's no question. Michael Pratt was being flirted with by SEC schools after last year, even during last year, even though it wasn't in the portal. You and I have talked about this on your show before about Willie Fritz and Ron Hunter being very vocal at going after coaches, going after their players when they're not available. And Michael Pratt was one of those. The NIL collective has boosted his image here in the city. He does a lot of sponsorship stuff, both just with various partners and restaurants, but also with charities here. And so the collective has done a terrific job of supporting the programs here at Tulane. The methodology that Willie Fritz has been using in the transfer portal game over the last few years has been primarily to bring guys home. a lot of guys on this team are New Orleans kids or southeastern Louisiana kids that started their football careers elsewhere, didn't pan out, whatever the reason might be, in a Power 5 level, or they were playing in a lower conference than the American and wanted to come back home. And that has been a huge part of what's happened here. That has allowed them to go a little bit more open with who they go after in the transfer portal. And that includes, a couple of kids who were at LSU and transferred in this year. And they've been big parts of what's happened here at Tulane this year. And so there's been some baby steps that started a couple of years ago that's allowed Tulane to be a little bit more ahead of the game, in my mind, than a lot of the rest of the American Athletic Conference. And that's allowed them in this position. You have to play this game. You have to find a way to do so here, both transfer portal and support from the NIL collective. That's just where they are right now, and especially for a school like Tulane, where it's $90,000 to go here. You do need that help. You do need that support. Then if you can sustain success and show that there's a way for all of this to work together, then you can bring in a lot of different guys from a lot of different places and really build your team out.
Corey Glore joining us on the Pirate Radio Live Line. Robert wants numbers. He said, give us some numbers, Corey. How much is the quarterback making?
If I knew that, then I'd try and get a raise here. I don't know how much the deals are here. I mean, it is a private school plus the collective, so they don't need to divulge any of this.
Right.
But I see Michael Pratt shooting a burrito gun on television from time to time, or a Mexican chain restaurant here. So I know he's got something coming into his pocket.
There you go.
Just burritos.
Corey, we'll let you run here. Give me one skill position player that's going to make an impact on Saturday Pirate fans need to watch for, and one destroyer on the defensive side that's going to cause problems for the Pirates. Give me those two players real quick.
Well, Mekhi Hughes has developed into the best running back in the conference here. He leads the league in rushing, and he started really being the number one guy about midway through the year, coming off 153 last week at Rice. And this is ECU's strength defensively, stopping the run. If Tulane can get Hughes going, then that will open up the play-action game, which has been so deadly for this team since Michael Pratt took the starting job. So Mekhi Hughes is the guy to look at. He's done a very good job filling the void left by Tajay Spears. Then defensively, Devin Deal, edge rusher, he's been swarming into the backfield. He and Patrick Jenkins lined up next to each other at the rush end and the D tackle position. They have been terrific at just bursting through offensive lines and getting to quarterbacks, both leading the teams in tackles for losses and sacks right now. And so those two have caused a lot of havoc this year. And so if Tulane wants to get to Alex Flynn or Mason Garcia, if they see him as well, it's going to be those two guys that are going to be leading the charge.
All right, that is Corey Glore, play-by-play voice of the Tulane Green Wave, joining us. Obviously, knows a lot about the Pirates and Greenville, and glad to have Corey back in town, at least for a few hours coming up today, as he'll be calling the action 3:30 at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. We've got a bomb and a Texas touchdown, and the Longhorns are going to take a 6-0 lead with the PAT coming up. They lead Kansas State on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, presented by Dub Buck. You know, the Texas is back and all that stuff. Kind of a joke. This kind of tells you how much of a joke it is. I did not realize this. They just said this is the first time Texas has been top 10 in a college football playoff poll all time, which the college football playoff started. We've been, 8-10 years, whatever, maybe 8.
After Vince Young.
No, well after that, right?
I'm just saying that was the last time that Texas was back.
Texas was back when they beat USC.
Yeah, that's when they were back.
Let's see. What was the first year of the college football playoff?
They ain't been back since Mack left.
But that kind of surprised me. I figured they would be up there at least once.
When?
In these years. I don't know.
Under who?
How? Why?
I mean, it's just a lot of questions. I'm just asking.
Who, what, when, where, why? 2014-15 was the first year. So, yeah, it's been...
I mean, if you think about it, Dabo is really the only guy that's broken through, like the SEC Big Ten dominance.
Yeah. And you've had Georgia lately. Oh, you're saying SEC.
That's what I'm saying. Like the Georgia, Bama, Ohio State, Michigan.
And then LSU had their 1 year.
And you've had some LSU still SEC.
Yeah.
I'm trying to say outside of the Power 2.
Clemson, has been
your guy.
Has not really been. Ohio State won the first one, but hasn't won since. Michigan has had their issues in the playoff. So, yeah.
You know why.
It is. We'll talk more about that. Maybe hour 2 when Jason's here. I know Glenn's been following that drama, and we have a new chapter added, right? With the firing of Connor Stallions.
I guess there's 2 new chapters: the firing of Connor Stallions and finding out. And to me, this doesn't make a hill of beans, but to like that Ohio State or Ryan Day was possibly involved in the investigation.
I agree with you. This
so
is,
what?
Shooting the messenger stuff here.
Yeah, like your snitches get stitches all day, but in this situation, it does not matter.
I agree.
It doesn't matter if. So what if you know the person who caught you doing some death penalty level stuff?
It is pretty fascinating. We'll dive into more of that when Jason Nichols joins us. And, Jason, go get you some awesome Cucinella's pizza. It's back there in the kitchen. We got the pepperoni, the buffalo chicken, the meats, and the spicy, which Shirley Rhodes
didn't know was spicy.
She bravely, she knew it was spicy. I don't know if she knew the level of spice.
I knew it was spicy. I didn't know it was going to be spicy. And it was spicy.
There's still a tear in Shirley's eye as
I'm going to have to wash my hands again because I am terrified to touch my eyeballs
go to the
because I am afraid I still have some lingering jalapeno juice on my fingers.
Good stuff. Thank you to Cucinella's. They have a location right here in downtown Greenville and Midtown next to Best Buy. You can go see them and make sure you follow Cucinella's on Facebook and Instagram for the Pie of the Week menus and more. The great pizza pie, the great Italian ice. Cucinella's providing us with some awesome pregame food here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. All right, we'll take a break. Hour 2 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on the way with Jason Nichols. He joins us and more from the chat gang as well. Back with you. Hour 2, Bud Light Pregame Tailgate after this.
Pizza, subs, slice, ice.
Jenny, what are you doing?
Just letting the Pirate Nation know that Cucinella's has 2 locations. One in downtown Greenville across from Sup Dogs, and now in Midtown Greenville beside Best Buy. Did you know Cucinella's is open every day with $6 lunch specials, slices all day, beer, wine, and their famous homemade gelato? Cucinella's in downtown Greenville, and now their new location next to Best Buy. Go Pirates!
Get holiday shopping done today at Naughty Life in downtown Washington. This is Gina from Naughty Life, and our store is stocked with the best gifts for your family and friends. Need a new Yeti cup or cooler? Then you can find it here at Naughty Life. Looking for some jewelry, sunglasses, or cool new apparel? Come to Naughty Life today. Also remember, we offer free gift wrapping and great customer service that will help you find a gift for the hard-to-buy person. Enjoy less holiday stress and more fun at Naughty Life on Main Street in downtown Washington.
Hi Pirates, this is Holden Ehlers. As I enter in a new season of life, it is still important to have a great team behind me. Whether you're going away to school for the first time, getting married, starting a family, or planning for your golden years, the choices can seem overwhelming and confusing. Let the team at Buck Insurance Agency make it easy as you enter into your next season. They have been helping people just like us for over 30 years. Give the Buck Insurance Agency a call today at 877-357-1966. Go Pirates.
Country Mart has been locally owned and operated for over 40 years and is your premier country store serving the best cheese biscuits and country food around. Country Mart is open every day and has 2 locations in Bethel on Highway 11 and in Stokes on Highway 903. Both Country Mart locations are top-of-the-line fuel stations serving Shell gas, including 93 ethanol-free high-octane gas, which is the best for all you boat owners. Country Mart, fueling you up with great food in your engines with great gasoline. Go Pirates.
You've worked hard to make your business successful, and that's why it's really important to always have a bank that's in your corner when you need them. This is Chris Richards from First Bank, and our experienced team of local bankers includes Lee Watson, Ashley Capps, Bonner Latham, Josh Hooten, and Heath Nisbet. To get the business services that are right for your business, come and see one of our experienced team members at First Bank on Arlington Boulevard in Greenville. First Bank, together with our customers, we're creating a world where individuals and communities thrive. Member FDIC.
The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of pirates in eastern North Carolina. Open 7 days a week with live music. Every Monday, open mic night. Tuesday, karaoke with DJ Captain Morgan. Wednesday, acoustic night. Thursday night, line dancing and music from DJ Dog. On Friday and Saturday night, enjoy the best local bands in the area. And don't forget, Sunday Fun Day during football season with NFL jersey giveaways and more. Check out Facebook and Instagram for all up-to-date info. Y'all come get bucked up. Go Pirates!
Be sure to check out David Price Construction for all of your commercial or custom residential renovation and building needs. Run by ECU alumni, David Price Construction specializes in commercial projects, maintenance on facilities, and large-scale residential renovations and additions. Proud to be voted the Remodeler of the Year by the Home Builders Association of Raleigh-Wake County in 2018 and Best Business Commercial Remodel Project winner for 2020. David Price Construction, the proud ECU Home Services partner.
Wings Over has always been a great go-to for dinner or a late-night snack, and it still is. But did you know you don't have to wait for dinner to get Wings Over? That's right. Wings Over Greenville is now open for lunch 7 days a week. Get Wings Over for lunch and have it delivered right to the office. Wings Over also caters so everyone at work can enjoy. Wings Over Greenville has over 20 flavors to choose from, including the limited edition Cajun garlic flavor. Order today by going online at wingsover.com or by calling 758-9464. Wings Over, they deliver.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington.
Lord Almighty, I feel my temperature rising. Higher, higher, it's burning through to my soul.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, we got some early scores already. Florida is trailing Arkansas 14 to nothing with about 5.5 minutes to go in the first quarter. North Carolina has a 7-0 lead over Campbell early in that game. Texas leads Kansas State 7-0. It is Michigan State 3, Nebraska 0 in the first quarter. Tennessee has put a touchdown up on the board. They lead UConn 7-0. It is Indiana 7, Wisconsin 0. And Notre Dame has kicked a field goal, so they trail Clemson 7-3 with just under 7 minutes to go in the first quarter. And Ohio State has jumped out to an early 7-0 lead over Rutgers. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. They have all the fun for your Sunday Fun Day covered. Every Sunday, kick off the day at The Buck with the largest 4K screen in Greenville, along with 18 TVs, so you don't miss a single game. They'll have mimosa specials, a Bloody Mary menu, and pizza all day from Pizza Hut. And don't forget the weekly jersey giveaway starting at 5 o'clock. Score every Sunday at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Rock.
All right, back with you on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, hour number 2. Shirley Rhodes, the big dog, Glenn Griffin, and Jason Nichols joining us here in the Pirate Radio studios. Steve on YouTube says, the face rug makes you look distinguished, Clippo. Well, thank you. And I was going to say, an underrated movie I remember watching when I was younger, The Distinguished Gentleman with Eddie Murphy. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I know the movie, but I don't think I've ever seen it.
I've seen it.
So, I guess I was young when I saw it, and I thought it was a great movie. Yeah. I looked it up on Rotten Tomatoes. 13% on Rotten Tomatoes. They didn't appreciate it like I did, apparently. What year is that? Okay, 1992. So, yeah, I was young when I saw it. Probably thought Eddie Murphy was it was the funniest guy for a while. Yep. People did not like that movie as much as young Clip Rock did, apparently. But yeah, I thought of that when I saw the word distinguished. Jonathan says, I guess today is our bowl game. Maybe a little early. Definitely an opportunity to get a big win on what has been an abysmal season. Low expectations, high hopes. Go Pirates. All right. So, Jason, how about when you get to this point in the season, East Carolina not going to a bowl, trying to play the role of spoiler today, and talking to Deontay and Alex Flynn this week and the coach, like, I don't know if they're just putting on the greatest front ever, but it seems like the buy-in is still there. The want to is still there, Jason. They still want to turn this into whatever they can positive for 2023. So they're going to go out and give it their all today.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's what you got to do. You get limited opportunities to get out there on that field. So each week, whether you're winning or losing, you got to go out there and try to do your best, because your opportunities to play at a major university is very limited. So it's one of these opportunities you got to be ready to take advantage of.
Deontay said just that when I talked to him on Tuesday, and I've heard that part from the fans too, Jason, where you basically get 6 of these a year to go out, have fun, go to a home game, cheer on the Pirates. I know it's not going the way you wanted, but I've heard that perspective from some fans this week that, hey, we got, 2 more of these here, and we got to wait a whole nother year for it, so might as well. It's here. Go embrace it. Go out there, have a good time.
Man, might as well. And it's a beautiful day today.
Beautiful.
Man, you can't ask for a better day today to have an upset. So I'm hoping the Pirates show up and continue to improve off of what they did last week, especially from the offensive standpoint, and, you know, defensively, just put some more shutouts out there on that field, or 3-and-out, shall I say, out there on that field to get those guys off the field. But we'll have our hands full. This will be a good contest today.
Let's, Jason, sometimes we go an entire hour here with you on the show and don't talk a lot of defense because the defense had done their job and the offense had struggled so much. But let's start with defense today, because for the first time we've got some questions and some darts to throw at that side of the ball where they struggled last week against UTSA. So I mentioned this with Bailey earlier. For the first time, it feels like in a while, it's kind of a prove-it day for the defense. Hey, last week was not representative of what we do. Blake Harrell was upset about it. The players are upset about it. They will be put under the microscope today. Come out. They need to have a big performance against Michael Pratt in this offense.
Well, you know, it's been that way this year just because we put so much on our defense right now because of how we've struggled offensively. So they've basically had to go out here and pitch shutouts just to give us a chance to be able to win. And when you start playing against guys and teams that have some dynamic guys, I think that's the difference that you've seen last week compared to other weeks, is that, you know, they had some guys that could make plays back there for UTSA that was big-time playmakers. So when you're facing that, you got to be more disciplined with your eyes and not wander and be able to, you know, not give up the big play the way we did maybe last week, which we hadn't done a lot all year. And so it'll be the same this week. I mean, I think, you know, I watched these guys play Tulane. They got some guys that can stretch the field and make plays, and quarterback that's, you know, pretty good back there in the pocket, can get out, can move, can do the things that you want to see a quarterback do. So we just got to get back to playing tough-nosed defense, stop the run, which we've done a great job of, and then make sure we're not giving up the big plays in the back end, and typically that comes with our discipline.
Tulane this year averaging over 30 a game, 172 on the ground, 233 through the air. You like that mix, Jason? 172, 233. That's what you want, right?
That's pretty good. That's production.
Yeah, and you mentioned their quarterback. You called him pretty good. I'll tell you what he is. He is experienced. Michael Pratt has been around a long time. We know that name. He has 14 touchdowns to just 3 interceptions on the year. We'll highlight that 3 interceptions number. Last time he played in Greenville, he threw 3 interceptions on that Saturday, and East Carolina rolled up 52 and knocked him off pretty easily. But things have changed a lot between then and now.
Well, you know, hopefully it continues to change in our favor. We can find some ways to maybe hopefully get him to turn it over. I know I saw it last week. Rice had a big-time interception off of him. So we'll see. You know, it'll be a good day for us to step up and face this challenge defensively, and then offensively we can continue to maybe get better than what we did last week and put together some more drives. The best defense is an offense that can sit on the ball and keep their offense off the field.
And end those drives with 6 and not 3.
With 6, yes.
Or 0.
Yes.
As we have seen too many times this year. Eric says he is rolling in from Charlotte. He has arrived and getting ready to go to the Pirate Radio tailgate. And Eric, you will be checking out some really good grub and grog. Brandon Manning, our buddy out there, cooking some chicken and mac and cheese and baked beans and all the sides. So, Jason, when you leave here, you might want to head out there and go check out the Pirate Radio tailgate, because it's going to be a good time out there today, thanks to Brandon Manning. We are enjoying some Cuccinellas here in the Pirate Radio studios. Cuccinellas with 2 locations, one downtown Greenville and one in Midtown next to Best Buy. Same delicious pizza, gelato, and more seating at that Best Buy location. So make sure you go check out the great pizza pie and more at Cuccinellas. Texas threatening again. They're up 7-0 on Kansas State as they play there in Austin. Jason, you're a fan of the city of Austin. Mm-hmm. Well, you've been in there as a road coach or visiting, or
just going through, visiting, going through, playing Texas State at times. You'll kind of go right through Austin to get there. But I haven't really coached there. No, I've never coached at Texas, but great city.
Third down play, pass that should have been picked. You got to make that play. Instead, it'll lead to a field goal attempt, as that one should have been intercepted in the end zone. Speaking of interceptions in the end zone, saw how the Titans game ended on Thursday night, Jason, as they fell to the Steelers the other night.
Yeah. Tell you what, man, they keep saying that Mike Tomlin, God, he does a heck of a job with what they face. I've seen some statistic. They've been outgained, out everything. Other than the final score, they find a way to win the game.
Yeah, and Marcus was on them preseason. I said, hey, Marcus, Pickett to Pickens, and Najee and Jalen Warren. I think this offense really takes some strides this year. He said, I don't know. I don't see it with Pickett. I'm not so sure. Mm-hmm. So Marcus was right, but they don't need a ton of offensive firepower when their defense plays the way they do, and they're opportunistic. They pick up wins. So all Tomlin does is he doesn't go under 500. That is in the fact book.
Man, that is definitely a fact. I mean, to say that he's never had a losing season and he's been in the league forever.
Yeah. He is probably, is he the second longest tenured coach behind Belichick at this point?
Probably behind Belichick. Or what about Reed? He's been there longer than Reed's been to Kansas City.
I think so, yeah.
Now, yeah, but Reed was in Philadelphia for a while.
Yeah, longest tenured. Oh, that's all time. I'm looking for active. Tomlin has got to be up there because he took over right after Bill Cowher.
Yeah.
And that has been a long time ago.
It's been a long time.
Let's see, hired Belichick and Tomlin. Tomlin's number 2.
There you go.
And followed by John Harbaugh, Pete Carroll, Andy Reid, McDermott, and then you start to get to guys who have been around less than 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
That's where we are right now in the world.
High turnover in the NFL.
Yes, sir. Texas did kick that field goal. So they lead it 10-0 over K-State. Indiana on the board. The Hoosiers leading Wisconsin 7-0. It is Ohio State 7, Rutgers 0 in the first quarter. The Fighting Camels, Jason, have put a touchdown on the board. They are tied with North Carolina 7-7 in the first. And I went home and watched North Carolina and Georgia Tech after the pregame the other night. Wild one there. And North Carolina has gone from championship dreams to now losing 2 in a row and struggling with Campbell after one quarter.
Man, that the fabric of confidence is huge, right? I mean, they lose that game, and like you said, you got the Camels at home now, and you got to be able to rebound from that. But I tell you what, man, confidence is the thing. They'll win this game. I know they'll win it. They'll find a way to win it, but that shouldn't even be a game for North Carolina right now.
Wild one in the swamp. So Arkansas scored 3 minutes into the game, a touchdown. Florida got the ball on a kickoff, and first play, pass is complete. Jason, I don't know if you've seen the highlight. DB just took the ball, ripped it right out of the guy's hands, ran it in for a touchdown. It was 14-0, 3 minutes into the game, and now Florida has answered with 2 touchdowns. So they are not done with the first yet, and it's 14-14 down in Gainesville. It's going to be a fun one today. Tennessee already with 14 on the board against UConn. Tricky one here. South Carolina, I saw they were a 14-point favorite against Jacksonville State. That is 7-7 there in the first quarter.
Yeah, I tell you what, Jacksonville's a sneaky good team. They've been an FCS team. They just moved up to D1, but they've always been, they got that winning tradition, and something about when you go to these programs that know how to win, they're not scared of you. So you better come out there and play to beat those guys, because they'll find a way if they let them stick around. Rich Rod knows how to score points.
Ole Miss is up 7-0 on A&M. And how about Clemson? Within striking distance and up 7-3. Did you hear Dabo and Tyler, the fan, go at it this week? And, some of the stuff Dabo does that comes off as kind of hokey, but I totally agreed with him in that aspect, that you got to appreciate what the guys have done there and not run them out of town after one subpar season.
Man, I tell you, that is the nature of sports in general, right? You can't win all the time. I mean, it's just not going to happen. I mean, other people recruit and can have good football players just like you do, and he's built a great thing there at Clemson. I'm pretty sure it won't take them long to get the ship righted. I don't think they're probably that far off course. But, when you win too much, people tend to take it for granted. And that's what's happened at Clemson. That's what happens at Alabama. It's going to happen at Georgia. These teams that have stayed at the top for so long, those fans get spoiled.
Yeah, I mean, when I was a kid, it was Nebraska kind of running the show. And where are they at now?
Miami.
The U. Yeah.
The U.
The other night I was watching a stream with the Barstool guys. They had Clinton Portis there and then Will Compton, who went to Nebraska. But Portis was talking about the 01 Hurricanes, I guess, and just all the names they had on that team and everything. Greatest team ever. And then Will Compton started talking about Tommy Frazier and Lawrence Phillips. We have seen these. And I don't know, maybe we use the word dynasty too much, but it felt like that. It's whatever a 2 or 3, 4 year run is called.
Yeah.
Nebraska had theirs in the 90s. The U had theirs early 2000s, and they go away. Nick Saban, this run he's been on is almost unprecedented. It feels like, as long as it's been.
That is why you got to say he's one of the greatest coaches of all time, because it's easy to climb a mountain. It's harder to stay on top of that.
Not get knocked off, right?
And not get knocked off. It's something when, they have the saying, you go from the hunter to the hunted. And every week somebody's showing up and they're trying to knock you off because you're on the top of that mountain. And in the SEC, that's magnified. I mean, because every team is capable of beating you in that league. And so,
think about LSU's mountain. They were up there for a blink of an eye and kind of knocked right back off.
That's the difference, though. To do it one time is good, but to constantly be up there, man, to keep guys humble, to keep them hungry, that is, and keep everybody focused on, that season's over, how we're going to do this year. And I mean, that's the greatest challenge as a coach when you're winning like that, is to keep everybody hungry and keep them focused.
Jason Nichols joining us in the Pirate Radio studios. We'll take a break, come back. Bud Light pregame tailgate brought to you by Bud Light, reminding Pirate fans to stay in the game, drink responsibly. Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. We'll take a break, enjoy some more Cucinellas, who dropped off some awesome pizza pies. And if you're out at the Pirate Radio tailgate zone, Brandon Manning's cooking out there today. His wife, Hannah, chiming in on Facebook, said, if the food is good, I help cook it. If not, Brandon is to blame. Hannah, I'm sure it is good, and I'm sure you helped, and we appreciate you as well. Take a break, come back, more to go. Hour 2 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We roll on after this.
Bud Light was brewed to be delicious and easy to drink beer, even when the little things in life are hard, like when your flight has no Wi-Fi, but no one can disturb you while you recline and enjoy a beer. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up a Bud Light at a local retailer today. Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Once you get your hot stuff freshly grilled right in front of you at Jersey Mike's, I'll tell you, there's no going back to anything else. That'd be like going back to calling your friend on their home phone.
Hello, McDougal residence.
Hi, can Jerry come to Jersey Mike's?
Jerry! May I ask who's calling?
It's Danny.
It's Donnie! Pick up the phone! Yoo-hoo!
You know what? I'll call him when the cell phone gets invented. Nope. There's no going back once you get it freshly grilled. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Hey, John, I see your new system's having issues already.
Yeah, I used the other guy with an AC brand I've never heard of.
You should have used Delcor, John. They install Train. It's hard to stop a train.
I know, but the other guy was cheaper.
Cheaper isn't better, John.
I know.
Don't use the other guy. Call Delcor. For a limited time, buy a new Train system and pay 0% interest for 12 months. Visit Delcor.com for more details. Delcor, the service professionals.
UBE and PirateWear.com are proud to offer the Pirate Nation its largest inventory of ECU merchandise and tailgate supplies ever. UBE has the best prices in town, so that makes UBE your one-stop shop for all things ECU. UBE does daily restocks of Champion, Adidas, and Under Armour. Don't forget to bring your young pirates to plunder the Crow's Nest, which is the only kids store dedicated to ECU. Plenty of free parking in Uptown Greenville. Visit them online at PirateWear.com. Go Pirates!
Here at Brown & Wood with Jeff Stahn. Jeff, I've noticed a lot of great GMC pickup trucks on the lot.
Yes, sir. We have 2500s and 1500s in stock and the all-new 3.0 Duramax diesel. We earned 30 extra trucks on allocation, so go online, brownandwood.com, or stop in, build your truck, we'll get it coming for you. Brown & Wood, voted #1 by the customer in Greenville. 4 brands, 3 generations, 2 rooftops, and 1 goal to make sure you leave a happy customer.
Hey, Pirate Nation! Lindsay Gray here with Carolina Caliber. Dove, ducks, and deer, it's that time of year, and we've got the guns and all the gear. When you're not getting rowdy at Dowdy, enjoy browsing our online store and take your pick from the largest selection of firearms and accessories in Eastern NC. Be sure to check out our weekly hot deals, and when you're ready, head to Carolina Caliber. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to lead you to the perfect treasure. Carolina Caliber on Fire Tower Road in Winterville. It's a time-honored tradition.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Taylor from Fleet Feet, making sure you have the best and most comfortable shoes this tailgate season. Locally owned and operated by ECU alums Chris and Kendra Lunyon, Fleet Feet of Greenville provides solutions through one-on-one services to runners, walkers, and everyone in between. Fleet Feet has the tools and technology to get you in the right shoes, including a 3D foot scanner that measures arch height, width, and more. Come see us at 207 East Arlington Boulevard in the old Gordon's Golf and Ski location. Fleet Feet, we run for you.
This is Jeremy Lewis, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. What did I do with that piece of paper? Okay, needed that. All right, welcome back to the show. You can watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. You can watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday from 3 until 6 p.m. And the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate and the U.S. Cellular Fifth Quarter on game days. All you got to do is go to YouTube, search Pirate Radio TV, click on that subscribe button, and while you're at it, hit the like button as well. And Clip, as we head back into the show, of course, we talk about today is Military Appreciation Day, but I wanted to send out an appreciation and a shout out to another level of service that's not necessarily military, but it's also a service that will keep people safe around here, and that is the ECU Police Department. Wanted to say congratulations to DJ Gregory. He is a member of the ECU Police Department. He works the football games. He's out on the field, and he's been doing it for the past 29 seasons at ECU, and today is his final game as a ECU police officer working the game. So we wanted to give him a shout out, a big thank you and congratulations, and wishing him all the best moving forward in whatever endeavor that he chooses to do after today. So now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Barat.
All right, good stuff. Shirley Rhodes, the big dog Glenn Griffin here, Jason Nichols, and I believe we're going to have a surprise guest coming up in just a moment.
Uh-oh.
So we'll see if that happens here in a moment. J-Nick, 4th and 1
Yes.
Ball around midfield. Texas is going to go for it. What did they line up in, and what did they do to get a 50-plus yard touchdown run just then?
Wow, looked like they lined up in the old, we're going to do what they call it in Philly right now, the tush push, which is basically a quarterback sneak. Been doing that for years. And they faked that and pitched it out to a little wing back or the tailback, and he hit a crease and was 50 yards gone.
Was basically one-on-one and pretty much one-on-none. That guy didn't have much of a shot at him.
No.
So great play call there. And, Jason, you love when you see deception. You always talk about it.
I love when you give one picture and you do something else. That's how you keep people off balance. Now that keeps the tush push alive.
Right.
They want to come back to it because they can't just load the box up on you because you just had a 50-yard run. So it's all about how you present stuff, man. You got to be creative in how you present stuff and what you're working towards.
Texas, a one-loss team trying to stay in it, and, man, they are putting it on K-State right now, 17-0, that score. There is a Twitter account I like to follow, Message Board Geniuses, that posts some crazy things from sports message boards. But during game day Saturdays, they have meltdown alerts, and there's a meltdown alert going on Inside Carolina right now. Although Carolina did just score a touchdown, so they can calm down a little bit. But I saw they posted some of the posts up there from Inside Carolina. Fire everyone. This team is pathetic. Stuff like this makes me want to step back to being a casual fan. But Mac is having fun. That's all that matters. I can see the sarcasm there. And Soft with a loser's mentality is bought a recipe for success. I think it's supposed to say not. So, yeah, a lot of meltdowns go on, Jason, across. While you're out there coaching and stuff, people are melting down. Yeah.
I wonder were they melting down 3 weeks ago when they were undefeated?
Heck no. They were planning on getting tickets to the ACC Championship in Charlotte, getting ready to their hotels and everything. It is a fickle business, right? Fickle sport.
Very fickle.
Ohio State up 7-0 right now on Rutgers. You've got Michigan State trailing 7-3, but they are in the red zone against Nebraska. Arkansas, Florida having a wild one in Gainesville, 14-all. Ole Miss up 13-0 after a touchdown, PAT pending. And Clemson on top of Notre Dame, 10-6 as they play in the second quarter on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard presented by DeBuck, Big Dog.
When does that dirty program from up in Ann Arbor play?
They got Purdue, and I'll give you a time on that. So here's the latest on that. Connor Stallions has been fired by Michigan. I guess he was placed on leave. Yeah. Now he's officially been fired. That game's at 7:30, Big Dog, by the way.
I like it.
I was coming into you should go watch it from the end of Dowdy Ficklen Stadium on the sideline. So who came out with the statement? Was it Stallions himself? Because I don't know if we've ever found this guy. That Jim Harbaugh and none of the coaches gave him a directive to go do this.
That was some Stallions lawyer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's the fall guy. Let's just face it for what it's worth.
Yep.
You can't tell me that guy comes to you throughout the week.
He's telling you the signs on the sideline during the game.
He has a breakdown of the signs. He has it in paper form. Laminated. And at some point you'd be like, well, where are you getting this from? I mean, how did you know that?
Right.
Because I'm not saying the guys can't steal those signs throughout the game. They can.
That's different, though.
But that's different. That's legal.
Gamesmanship.
That's legal.
That's different.
That's legal. But to have it already typed up, put together, I mean, man. And nobody asks a question, well, how are you getting this information?
If I figure out as a DB what the hand signal is for this out route, and I tell the coach that's during the game, that is totally different.
Totally different.
That's gamesmanship.
That is.
This guy, I can't believe the manifesto is not out there yet.
Yeah, like
the 600-page manifesto about how him and this group of young guys that he had as this espionage network, they were going to take over the Michigan program and he was going to lead it.
No, come on, you serious?
Yes,
that was the.
I don't know. Glenn gets in the weeds on these
600 pages.
I thought you was going to say like how they going to take over recruiting and stealing signs. I didn't know you were about to say he's going to take over the whole program.
They had a plan, a blueprint that through the success of this sign stealing operation, this guy was going to take over the Michigan program.
Man, you got to be careful about who you let around your program, because he should have been better vetted than that.
What, they had two guys.
And I got a correction as well. So a source initially told ESPN Stallions had been fired. Michigan later announced Friday he had resigned. In a statement, the university said it was unable to comment further regarding this personnel matter.
And that's why that first statement came from the lawyer, because that's where this is at now.
So Stallions and his attorney did issue a statement to The Athletic Friday night. It says, I love the University of Michigan, its football program, grateful for the opportunity, yada, yada, yada. Connor wants to make it clear from his attorney, to his knowledge, neither Coach Harbaugh nor any other coach or staff member told anyone to break any rules or were aware of improper conduct regarding the recent allegations of advanced scouting, end quote.
But don't they have a paper trail of him with tickets going?
And money.
Yeah.
Now,
but you got to find out where the money came from.
Was he getting reimbursed?
Him.
That's true.
Was he getting reimbursed? Is what I'm about to say.
Or was he getting the upfront pot to pull from?
Yes. Or was somebody fronting him the money to go and do that on his own? That'll be the telltale sign.
Because he didn't have the salary
to go
to do all this.
Do that on your own? No,
to fund 5 college football weekends. Every weekend, they were sent. It was not just him. It was a network of people.
There's a rumor that, and it's just a rumor, but let's have some fun, that he was at the Cincinnati-East Carolina game last year.
Yes.
That is a rumor.
Because Cincinnati was
do a little advanced scouting on East Carolina.
In Cincinnati, it was leaking into the. Was that last year that they leaked into the college playoffs?
That was. 2 years ago?
2 years ago.
But there was a chance, I guess, they could have gotten back. So he was doing some double scouting.
I'm just throwing it out there. I mean, it could have been.
Wow. Well, I tell you what, man, that's a big deal, man. That they were that deep into this whole stealing signals that they had a crew.
Well, I mean, he couldn't be everywhere every game at once.
No. I mean, how far ahead do you need to work? I mean, I get it. I mean, a week ahead is cool, but.
Well, I think to me, it sounds like it started with the playoff list, and then I think it expanded to Big Ten opponents.
But hey, why do it? Yeah, let's do it every week. We're going to beat Purdue by 40. Let's beat them by 60 if we know they're 60.
Yeah.
Well, or let's just not even do it, and let's move on to somebody else that's worth scouting.
That matters. Yeah. That we need it for. All right, and Glenn, there is another part of it too. And you said. This don't make a hill of beans was your quote, I believe. But now Michigan media members are investigating
Ryan Day,
where all this started from, and signs point to Ohio State and friends of Ryan Day's family. Which to that I agree with Glenn. Who cares? That's shooting the messenger at this point.
Yeah. If I knew you were doing something illegal and I told the cops, then I'm not
blame
getting
Glenn.
in trouble. You know what I'm saying? The snitch doesn't get hurt here.
Or Ricky Williams.
Ricky Williams' beard looks a lot cooler than mine.
Ricky would still be playing in today's game, right? Because he wouldn't have to put that stuff down, right?
That is true. Be feeling good. I always liked Ricky just because he was a kind of an odd cat. He'd do his interviews with his helmet on, and he was a different guy.
He's definitely a different guy.
I tell you what, let's take a break because our special guest has arrived. We'll talk to Isaiah Winstead of the San Francisco 49ers, one of our favorites to talk to last year. We'll welcome him in, talk a little Pirate football and more as we roll on the Bud Light pregame tailgate on a Saturday. Back with you after this.
It's bow time. Chicken or biscuits? That's an impossible choice. How can you decide between Bojangles' perfectly crispy, boldly seasoned chicken or their fluffy, made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuits? Well, the good news is you don't have to. With a Cajun chicken filet biscuit, you get the best of both worlds. An all-white meat chicken breast marinated with a bold blend of seasonings and served up on a fluffy, golden buttermilk biscuit. When it comes to real-deal Southern flavor, there's no reason you can't have it all. Order a Cajun chicken filet biscuit today. It's bow time.
Are you one of the estimated 17 million people in the U.S. suffering from dry eye disorders that are not resolved using over-the-counter or prescription eye drops? Ask ArcPoint Labs about Serum Tears, a natural dry eye solution. At ArcPoint Labs, Serum Tears are tailor-made for you from a quick blood draw, providing a sterile and natural option to help those with dry eye conditions. Contact your ophthalmologist or optometrist for a prescription or contact ArcPoint Labs to help you find one. Visit ArcPoint Labs' new location on Dixon Avenue near the intersection of Arlington Boulevard or schedule online at arcpointlabs.com.
Christie's Europub is the perfect place to relax, grab a bite, and enjoy a drink this ECU football season. Located in the heart of Greenville and just a few blocks from ECU's campus, Christie's offers lunch, dinner, and late night with live music every Sunday. And if you like brunch, listen to this. Christie's has brunch every day, Tuesday through Sunday. For the latest information, check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, or visit them online at christieseuropub.com. Scratch cooking takes time, so relax and enjoy a pint at Christie's Europub today. Go Pirates!
It's hard to forget how hot it gets around here in the summer. Remember, the hotter it is outside, the harder your AC has to work to keep it cool inside. And the more energy it uses to keep you cool, the higher your utility bill will be. Your neighbors at GUC have tips to help you reduce your energy use, such as using fans to cool you down inside and cooking outside when you can in the summer. For more tips, go to GUC.com and look for ways to save.
With US Cellular, it's just $19.99 per line for 1, 2, or 3 lines. So you don't need that robot daughter you built to get a 4th line for family plan pricing.
Oh, Robe Elizabeth? She's not gonna like that.
The robots will prevail.
Oh boy.
Get the low rate of $19.99 per line. US Cellular, built for us. Terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
Get 1, 2, or 3 lines for $19.99 per line right now at Atlantic Wireless, your US Cellular authorized agent in Bellhaven, Snow Hill, and 3 locations in Greenville.
It's that time of year again. Football is back and the pads are popping. And off the field, it's the popcorn at Wally's 2 Kettle Corn that's popping. Whether it's a movie night or watching the big game with your team, Wally's 2 has you covered like ECU's defensive backs. They have over 50 flavors to choose from, including classics like cheddar, caramel, or my favorite, better butter, or specialty flavors such as Chicago Style, Wintergreen Mix, and MJ's Cheesecake. Check them out on Facebook or stop by and see Wally today on Fire Tower Road across from Sam Jones Barbecue. Wally's 2 Kettle Corn. Make it a poppin' day.
Do you want to get rid of wrinkles, tighten and lift your skin, smooth your skin texture, erase veins and brown spots, get rid of unwanted hair and under-eye fat pads? Are you interested in Botox or filler? Contact the licensed professionals at Beauty Bar Medi Spa for a free consultation and ask about our newest technologies and treatments. Learn more at beautybarmedispa.com, Red Banks Road, Greenville. Enjoy your visit, love your transformation, and go Pirates!
Let me show you what goes on behind the scenes when making a Shaq-a-Roni. We created Shaq-a-Roni my way, an extra large pizza topped with extra cheese and extra pepperoni. It's a simple recipe. We take everything you love, then we build it bigger. Pizza gets bigger when you Shaq-a-Roni.
Hey, Pirate fans, Papa John's is the MVP move for game day or any day. Place your order online at papajohns.com and sign up for Papa Rewards. Papa John's, better ingredients, better pizza. Go Pirates!
This is Coach Donnie Kirkpatrick, offense coordinator for ECU football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right. Ohio State is still holding on to a 7-0 lead over Rutgers in the second quarter. Texas A&M is trailing Ole Miss 14-0 in the second quarter. Kennesaw State and Sam Houston have kicked off just about 5 minutes ago. No score as of yet. South Carolina and Jacksonville State are tied at 14 in the second quarter. Clemson has extended their lead over Notre Dame 17-6. It is Tennessee 14, UConn 3 in the second quarter. Michigan State has a 10-7 lead over Nebraska in the second quarter. Texas rolling so far over Kansas State, 17-0 is that score. And North Carolina has a 14-7 lead over Campbell with just under 4 minutes to go in the first half. And Arkansas and Florida are tied at 14 apiece in the second quarter. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. They have all the fun for your Sunday Fun Day covered. Every Sunday you can kick off the day at The Buck with the largest 4K screen in Greenville, along with 18 TVs, so you don't miss a game. They'll have mimosa specials, a Bloody Mary menu, and pizza all day from Pizza Hut. And don't forget the weekly jersey giveaway starting at 5 o'clock. Score every Sunday at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
All right, back with you on hour 2 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Clip Brock, Shirley Rhodes, Glenn Griffin. You got Jason Nichols here and a very special guest joining us, San Francisco 49ers wide receiver, former Pirate Isaiah Winstead, who we had a lot of conversations with at this table last year. Isaiah, good to see you, man. How you doing?
Good to see y'all.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Jason Nichols, 6th all-time leading receiver at East Carolina. Isaiah, 7th all-time single season with 88 catches. So, Jason, probably good that Isaiah didn't stick around. He would have caught you.
Yeah, like I said, these guys, man, what I caught in a career, they catch in 1 year.
And we brought up your name earlier, Isaiah, because the Pirates struggling in that department this year. Jalen Johnson finally had a breakout game last week. Chase Sowell has been pretty solid all year, but we're missing you, CJ, Ryan, the passing attack, and of course Holden, just not what it was last year. It's been a struggle.
Yeah, I've seen that a couple games I've watched, and when we had like a real stacked team, so when you lose all them guys and stuff, you got to get the chemistry back and, start rebuilding. So,
Jamie said, Isaiah, feel free to yell at the receivers to hang on to the ball today when you're out there. I don't know if Isaiah's much of a yeller. You get excited on the field a little bit, but kind of laid back guy. Isaiah, well, let's talk about you, man. So I remember you go undrafted, and I sent you like, hey, man, keep your head up. And you were way ahead of me. You were like, hey, man, it's all good. I'm going to get my spot.
Yeah, I'm going to be straight.
Yeah, and you did. So what was that process like landing with the 49ers after going undrafted for you?
Like from after the draft?
Yeah. How did it all come about?
I was watching the draft, and when it started getting to like the 7th round, I'm like, waiting on a text or something or call or something. So I didn't get drafted, and then, I'm just by my phone waiting, and nobody said nothing, nobody called me, nothing. So after the draft, like a couple hours later, I'm like, what's up? Like, why nobody ain't hit me up? And then, after that, I just kept doing my routine, went outside, worked out, all that stuff, and then one day I was just scrolling on my phone through my photos, and I had already made that little video right after the season had ended. So and I just posted it, and I posted it and it went viral. Then I had about like maybe 10 teams hit me up like right after that.
I don't know. How did they not know about him before a viral video, Jason? That's crazy.
Your scouting department, it comes down to that. You let guys that slip through the rocks, for whatever reason, and you got to put that on your scouting department. People get fired over that in the NFL.
Right.
I mean, that scouting is a big deal.
But it was on like SportsCenter or something, right?
Yeah. NFL posted it too.
Yeah. So and that got you picked up by the Niners. So how's what's the life of a practice squad guy like for you? What's that day-to-day like for you?
It's about the same as an active roster guy too, but only thing different is we just don't play.
Yeah.
But we got to prepare like it, because people get hurt, and Debo got hurt, Ayuk got hurt, so it's the next man up. So you got to prepare and know the plays, because you can get thrown in at any time. So it's basically the same preparation. All depends on what you want to be.
What do you do on game day? Are you on the sidelines with the team?
Yeah, I'm on the sidelines. So we travel with the team when you're on practice squad.
At what point in the week could they elevate you? I mean, could it be like as late as?
It could be the day before the game.
Right, yeah.
It could be that night before the game.
So when you say you got to stay ready, you mean?
Yeah, you got to stay ready.
You got to stay ready. Niners have lost 3 in a row. What's the building like right now? Is you're on a bye week, so maybe a good time for the bye week, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I can't really say too much, but we feel like we're gonna be good.
Yeah.
We feel like we're gonna still get to where we gotta go to. We're gonna get this monkey off our back, and we'll be straight.
What's the biggest learning curve for you in the NFL right now?
Basically just staying in the playbook 24/7, like, you know, because when you on the practice squad, you know, you can sometimes you don't have to look at the plays because you're not going over them, like, because you on the practice squad, you running the plays that the other team runs, so you got to still stay ready because, like I said, you can get caught up at any time, and if you haven't been studying, you're gonna miss your moment. And then another thing I would say is taking care of your body. Like, that's the next level part to it, because you can be bruised up and you can miss your moment too as well. And like, you got to find a routine that fit for you. Like, all the great people like Christian McCaffrey, Fred Warner, like all of them, like they got a routine that they do every single day. Like, they don't miss it. And that's why how they are now.
Their body is how they make their money.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what to me, sometimes with college kids, they don't understand that yet. But then you get around pros, and you really see how those guys go about their day-to-day, taking care of their body, being in the playbook, knowing their plays, because when that opportunity comes, you're either going to step up or they're going to have somebody else ready to come fill that spot. You know?
I feel like that's not a huge adjustment for you, Isaiah. I mean, we kind of start asking weird questions and be like, hey, what's your favorite candy? You're like, I don't eat candy. We're out of water. You want a Diet Mountain Dew? I don't drink soda. Like, you kind of had that part, but it's just a whole nother level, I guess, right?
Yeah, it's always like another level to it. You know, like when I was here, it was more so like getting in the cold and hot tub and stuff like that. But now it's like it's the next level. It's sauna, stretching. It's like we got whole people that do that for you, all that stuff. Like being in the training room, even when you're not hurt, stuff like that. So.
Kyle Shanahan from the outside, I say if we had a coach draft, he would be my number one. He was the coordinator, RG3's Rookie of the Year in 2012 with Washington, and guys were just wide open every play. Like you mentioned the playbook, how detailed is that? I see your eyes right now. He's got a lot of stuff in there.
Got a lot of stuff in there. That's a detailed playbook, probably the most detailed. I ain't been on any other teams, but I'll say that's a pretty detailed playbook, you know.
One thing about that offense, too, and I guess it is good drafting and scouting, but McCaffrey, Debo, Kittle, and throw Ayuk, too. Yards after contact, the 49ers lead the league every year, what you guys are able to do after the catch. So how much I just feel like it's got to be so competitive, even the practices, right, with Debo and McCaffrey. They seem like they go 100 miles per hour all the time.
Yeah, like when you catch the ball, you got to finish, you know, like they're big on that. Like you got to finish. Like you'll get cussed out, you don't finish. So you catch the ball, you finish, take care of the ball and stuff like that. And then when the game comes, you see that's why they do what they do.
Did you meet Chase Young yet? My commander sent him over there.
I already left.
I guess you'll meet up with him next week as you add another part to go with Bosa and that defense. So, 49ers looking at another long playoff run and potential Super Bowl run this year. So what's your plans for today, Isaiah? You going to be able to talk to the coaches, players, stuff like that at some point?
I'll probably go out there in a few, chop it up with everybody.
Good deal.
What they got on their mind.
Good deal. Isaiah Winstead joining us.
Slip you in a uniform. How about that? We get you a couple catches today.
Yeah, give me that 11.
Okay.
Give me that 11.
Steve said he's got a 6-year-old son that loves football and wants to be a receiver, has good hands for his age. He wants to know from Jason and Isaiah what he can do to help him get better. So what are some things you maybe wish y'all knew as a kid or some good drills for the kids?
I ain't played football until I was like in 5th grade. So, well, you already ahead of the game doing the drills now. So I'll just say stay consistent with it. Like just stay consistent, and you're just gonna keep elevating as time go.
Yeah, Jace, I guess the 6-year-old is kind of tough to catch with your hands. You might have to use your body, but
well, hopefully they're starting them off with that little football, like junior football or something like that. But just catching, man, just go out there and play. You know what I'm saying? When you're 6, or however old that young man is, just go play football and have fun.
Right. Yeah, don't worry about it.
Keep it fun. Yeah. Keep it fun.
Isaiah, man, Jason and I have sat here all year, and I feel like they've gotten better, Jason, but then again, we're at week 9. They're supposed to be better by now, but drops and just not holding on to the football, things like that, not getting open. The drops thing bugs me, man. So what did you do as a as a player when you were here, when you were at Toledo, your previous stops, to get better outside of practice? Like, how much time did you spend outside of what you had to do at practice, catching the football?
All the time, at Toledo. So at Toledo, we used to practice in the morning. So by 6 o'clock at night, we was in the indoor, like, full speed, catching passes and finishing and stuff like that, making practice harder, making our workout harder, so when the game come, it's easy. And then, I did the same thing at ECU when I was with Holden. We'll get up and do stuff like that. I couldn't do too much, I had broke my finger.
Yeah, that's right. By the way, how's the finger?
It still look crazy.
Won't be the same.
Nah, it still be hurting.
That's gonna be permanent. But yeah, you talked about you and Holton really getting together, and part of it too, Isaiah. How about when you got a 2 quarterback, when you don't really know who your starting quarterback is? That's got to affect the receivers too, right? I mean, you still got to do your job, but
yeah, definitely. That definitely played a part in it. 1 year at Toledo, I was, I had that situation where it was 2 quarterbacks playing and stuff like that. So you got to hit both of them up, like, to go work out and stuff like that. You don't know who playing, who's starting. So I would just say, just keep hitting them up to go work out, building that chemistry, because you never know who's going to play.
Are you surprised at all? Because we were kind of told, or at least thought, that Mason was the next man up. Are you surprised that Alex Flynn has shown what he's shown and got the playing time he's got this year?
Surprise. I don't really know. I ain't really put too much thought into the next year. I was focused on.
You were one and done.
You had 12 games to go over.
But yeah, it is. I mean, everybody was talking about Mason and stuff like that. So sometimes, like, I'll check the stats to the game, and I'll see Alex Flynn played the whole game. So I would be like, okay, that's good. That's good for him.
Chad said, did Isaiah hear anything from Lil Scary during Halloween? I don't know.
I knew somebody was going to bring that up.
I almost texted you. That is an inside joke. Okay. It's hard to explain, Jason. There's a dead rapper named Lil Scary. He and Isaiah had a beef. They squashed the beef. It's all good now.
Is he from your hometown?
Lil Scary is him.
Well, that's some people say that. I don't know. But no, you didn't hear from Lil Scary. All right, fair enough. Isaiah, we're going to let you roll because you got a big day. We're glad to have you back. I hope you make the most of your day in Greenville and get around some of your old teammates, coaches, and friends. But thank you for stopping by here, man. We miss you, and great to catch up with you, man.
Power Nation, I missed y'all, man. I appreciate y'all.
What you got, J-Nick?
Nah, I'm just waving at Mr. King.
Oh, yeah. Another guest out here that we hope to get on the field and see him play next year that we're definitely excited about. All right, Isaiah, we'll let you run. Let's take another break. Jason, we're going to let you get out of here if you want. You got a big day ahead. So we'll say goodbye to you.
Okay.
All right. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
We'll see you on the 5th quarter, though, Jason. So
I'll be back.
Get your 5th quarter ears ready.
I will.
You know how it goes. Hey, it could be a fun one today, man.
I want to win. Let's get a win.
Let's get a W and celebrate, man.
Let's get a win.
Let's do that. We got a block punt. You got to jump on that or scoop and score, Jason?
You got to try to scoop and score behind the line. You don't lose anything behind the line. Cross the line, you got to get away from it.
You hear this, Isaiah?
Who's that?
We can't play this whole song. People were offended. I grew up in the gangster rap of the 90s. A lot of people can't handle that these days. But we can play a little bit. This is the diss track on Isaiah.
Lord forgive me.
Lord forgive me.
What I do.
It's got a great opening line, too.
Like this right here. You ain't Moss. I'm the boss. I'm driving purple Lamborghinis like Rick Ross.
You wrote that?
Hey, you done.
Nice. You done coming out right there.
Purple Lambo. Go to break before it gets too bad,
Hey, Winstead, you gonna end up
Washington's favorite place to eat and where all the locals go is down on Main Street. Down on Main Street's famous weekday lunch specials are only $7.99. Stop by for the house salad with grilled chicken, the half club sandwich with chips, or everyone's favorite, the fried shrimp plate. After work, Down on Main Street is the perfect spot for dinner and a drink on the patio. Join Down on Main Street every Wednesday for half-price wings from 4 to close. Down on Main Street in historic downtown Washington. Go Pirates!
Hey you. Yeah, you. Have you heard? Greenville Auto World is under new ownership and is now part of the DriveHereNow.com network. DriveHereNow.com is run by local people who buy, service, detail, and sell everything directly to you. Greenville Auto World is now the 5th dealership to join the DriveHereNow.com network. Get car shopping today at DriveHereNow.com and choose a location near you. DriveHereNow.com, serving Eastern North Carolina for over 47 years and proud supporter of the Pirates.
Save a load on a new John Deere compact utility tractor and loader from Quality Equipment. It's never been easier to get the best brand on the market at an unbeatable cash price or with great financing at our lowest ever monthly payment. Now is the time to get that tractor package you've been dreaming of to get your next job done right. Stop by one of our 36 locations in North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia, or visit us online at QualityEquip.com.
Nothing freshens up a space like a new coat of paint, and no one east of Raleigh makes painting easier than CertaPro. Residential or commercial, inside and outside, CertaPro is your dependable painting experts. CertaPro's concern is about getting your painting done right and making sure you're satisfied. Whether you have a large or small job, professional quality is what you will get. Let us come to your home or business and give you a free quote. CertaPro takes all the worry away from your painting project. Go to CertaPro.com and click on Clayton Greenville. That's CERTAPRO. CertaPro. At Coco's Sports Bar and Restaurant, they've got the best plays in the playbook. On Sunday, come and enjoy NFL football with $12 domestic buckets, $1 wings, and $3 domestic draft. Monday night, it's $6.50 chicken sliders, or get 2 hot dogs with chips for $6.50. Check out Coco's Sports Bar on Facebook for the latest info on menu items, drink and lunch specials, and more. Coco's Sports Bar off of Greenville Boulevard right behind Logan's Roadhouse. Your play of the day all week long. Go Pirates!
Here with Christy Conway today from ENC Pirate Realty, and you guys are more than real estate agents.
That's right. We also provide property management services for rental properties. We have found that rental property owners have difficulty managing their rental properties effectively. We can provide full-service property management to those owners to include advertising their homes for rent, tenant screening, rent collections, and maintenance coordination. If you have real estate or property management questions, contact us at encpiraterealty.com. Go Pirates!
This is Dr. Christopher McDowell from Orthopedics East and Sports Medicine Center. Our practice has been caring for athletes at ECU and the residents of Eastern North Carolina for more than 35 years. Whether it's time for your sports injury or it's time for that joint replacement, Orthopedics East provides the latest in operative and non-operative orthopedic care. We also offer on-site physical therapy and MRI services, as well as walk-in urgent care on the weekends from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. For experience and professional care, call us at 757-BONE or visit us online at orthoeast.com. Go Pirates!
Chico's Mexican Restaurant in downtown Greenville is the perfect place to get all your amigos together for some Mexican food, fun, and football. Chico's has been a game day tradition for Pirate football fans since 1983. Whether the game is home or away, make it a Chico's Day for some great specials and the best chips and salsa in town. Chico's Mexican Restaurant in downtown Greenville and online at chicosrestaurant.com. Go Pirates!
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Did you miss a show on Pirate Radio? You can listen to all of Pirate Radio's archived local programming by subscribing to us wherever you get your podcast. Subscribe today by going to the podcast app on your phone or by going online at pr927fm.com. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
All right. K-State up off the mat. They score a touchdown against Texas. It is 17-7 late in the first half there. Weird score late in the first half.
Weird score, Seardy.
Yeah, number 1, Ohio State 7, Rutgers 6. Buckeyes were big favorites, but...
Well, how about...
The Buckeyes are too concerned
Too busy snitching.
Too busy snitching to worry about the game plan for Rutgers.
Interesting.
Shiano went out there and ran the fumble-rooski in the wild.
Is that what happened on a 4th down?
Yes.
I saw people talking about that. I haven't seen it yet.
Yes.
Now, what was the score that you gave? What's the one you're watching?
I got Texas K-State.
Okay, because Clemson has tacked on another touchdown. They lead Notre Dame 24-9 with about a minute left to go in the first half.
Tyler done got Dabo mad. He's out there rolling up points today against the Irish.
He's out there beating up on the religious people. He's beating up on another religion.
Something like Dabo. Oh, okay.
It's a hate crime. He's full on problems out
We
there.
got a holy war going on down in Death Valley. So we'll keep you up to date on all the scores on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard presented by Buck. The Bud Light pregame tailgate brought to you by Bud Light, reminding Pirate fans to stay in the game, drink responsibly. Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Great to see Isaiah Winstead here in the Pirate Radio studios. He is off to the tailgate fields to get ready for today's game. And I mentioned Chase Young, who is a new member of the 49ers. Montez Sweat, the other commander traded this week, has agreed to an extension with the Bears already. 4-year, $98 million in new money, averaging $24.5 million a year. So he is going to be with the Bears for the next few years, as they made that deal this week right before the trade deadline. All right, keeping you up to date on what's going on. We're going to hook up with DG, David Glenn, in just a moment. We've got a text coming in from the tailgate zone. Brandon wants to know if y'all want barbecue sauce or no sauce on y'all's chicken. All right, Clip. What
kind of question is that?
Clip sauce. Glenn sauce. And we'll check in with Shirley. Shirley, do you want barbecue sauce on your chicken?
Do I want barbecue sauce on my chicken?
Or
Heck
no
yeah.
sauce?
Heck yeah, sauce. All day, baby. All day.
All sauce. All sauce all the time. Okay.
All gas, no brakes.
We might get a delivery from the tailgate zone. A little barbecue chicken.
Little superstitious beer.
Superstitious chicken. All right, let's head out to the Pirate Radio Live Line. Joining us on the phones today on another great college football Saturday is DG, David Glenn. Joining us today. DG, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, Cliff. Good to be with you as always.
So where in the wide world of sports is David Glenn on this Saturday?
We actually built into our new tailgate tour, which, of course, we spent in Greenville with y'all for that SMU Thursday night game. We built in an open week. There was not an in-state game this week that, as much as I like Miami NC State tonight, we just maybe we're getting old and we need an open week the way, like beat-up college football players need a week to recover. So I'm at home in Raleigh, watching games like everybody else. And I actually like it, Clip, because when you know the deal. When you're a media member and you cover games, you really miss a lot. So if you're at one game, you're just missing other games, man. I love this whole Grand Central Station where I got like 4 games going on at one time. I can watch all the games that matter.
Heck yeah, it is a cool feeling. And look, just like a football team, David, you need a bye week to see what you're doing right, see what you can improve upon, or at least just keep it rolling, get a little recharge, refresh. So good deal. Where are you guys heading next Saturday?
So let's see. If my calendar in my head is correct, it would be the Carolina-Duke game next Saturday. I know we have the State Carolina game in late November. And for the first time, we're actually going to work in some North Carolina High School Athletic Association playoff games.
Nice.
I guess that's early December when those championship games are played. So, we've been to virtually all the FBS schools, some of the FCS schools, and then the mix of the high school games. So we're having fun with it. It's a little bit longer than the old tailgate tour I did, but I hit all of my favorite spots, including Greenville, of course.
Couple of ACC games in the books already this week. Boston College picking up win number 6. They will go bowling. They win 17-10 over Syracuse last night. And on Thursday night, it was Duke duct tape and glue and just putting that thing together to get a 24-21 win over Wake Forest. And David, got to be impressed with the Blue Devils without Leonard, without a lot of quarterback play there, but getting it done and picking up another win.
Yeah, it's a credit to Mike Elko. Remember, he was the ACC Coach of the Year last year, his first as the head coach of the Blue Devils after so many years as a great defensive coordinator. And this year's team, with Riley Leonard banged up at quarterback, I mean, that was their third-string quarterback. The second stringer was also hurt. So they used their third stringer, a true freshman quarterback, to beat, a well-coached, as always, under Dave Clawson Wake Forest team. So the Blue Devils, for the second year in a row, are really pretty good under Mike Elko. 9 wins last year, but it was more of an offensive team. His defensive fingerprints are all over this year's team. The Devils are actually number 1 in the ACC in scoring defense. So Mike Elko is going to be a hot commodity, man. You mentioned BC over Syracuse. I thought of that as kind of a coaching headline, too, because Dino Babers has some people upset at Syracuse.
Yeah.
He's having a bad year, and he's been there a long time, whereas Jeff Hafley, the Boston College coach, went into this season a little bit on the hot seat. But as you mentioned, with 6 wins, he's probably taken himself into a more comfortable zone. But you know how it is. If a coach is bad enough, the conversation is he going to get fired? But in Mike Elko's case, if a coach is good enough, the conversation is whether somebody's going to pluck him away from the Blue Devils.
DG David Glenn joining us, Pirate Radio Live Line. We'll get his take on ECU Tulane in a moment. Looking further at the ACC. Boy, I didn't have this one as like a championship swing game, championship almost loser-leave town match, David. But Virginia Tech Louisville at 3:30 is all of a sudden a huge game. And kudos to Louisville, 7-1, 13th in the country, 1 slip up against Pitt. And then Virginia Tech has just turned the ship around somehow. So do you give the Hokies any kind of shot today, or do the Cardinals take care of business at home?
I would bet on the Cardinals, but I wouldn't put it past the Hokies to win. For those who haven't watched Virginia Tech, and Brent Pry, their coach, has been under some pressure as well after a rough start last year. Their backup quarterback has what has re-energized the Hokies. His name is Kyron Drones. And after another horrific start for the Virginia Tech offense, they just decided to pull the trigger on a quarterback change. I know you guys in Greenville have talked with quarterbacks a lot this season. There's been a lot of that in Blacksburg as well. And Drones, who's kind of a dual threat guy, has really made kind of a middling-looking, shaky Virginia Tech team. He's given them some energy. And I do think Louisville's the slightly better team. Jeff Brom is the first-year head coach of the Cardinals. He's a former Cardinals quarterback, so that's his alma mater. They're just, other than Florida State, obviously, the Seminoles are the best of the ACC this year. But after FSU, I think Louisville's playing as high a caliber of football, just in terms of good offense, good defense, some NFL caliber talent, some first-team All-ACC caliber guys on both sides of the ball. Louisville has a very manageable schedule, and that's part of why they're in position to be that team to face Florida State in Charlotte for the ACC title in early December. But anything can happen, man. The Hokies believe right now after they didn't believe much earlier this season. So we'll see if that belief is enough for them to beat a good Louisville team.
David Glenn joining us. Other games, Florida State looking to remain unblemished at Pitt coming up at 3:30. Georgia Tech coming off that wild win over North Carolina, taking on Virginia later. The two teams that knocked off North Carolina the previous weeks matching up. And then tonight at Carter Finley, Dave Doran had some words for Steve Smith after the win over Clemson last week. We'll see if he's going to go after anybody picking Miami after tonight's game. The U taking on NC State tonight, DJ.
Yeah, and the U, remember, you look at their record at 6-2, it's almost like it deserves an asterisk because the Hurricanes are essentially 7-1. Remember, one of those 2 losses is when Mario Cristobal, coach, inexplicably refused to kneel the ball in the final minutes. That is as close to a coach truly costing his team a victory as you will ever see. I know we sometimes exaggerate the importance of this play or that play or a single flag or a single decision. I don't think we're exaggerating in that case. I mean, it was ridiculous. The Canes are more talented than they usually are. I think they're right up there, behind Florida State and next to Louisville in terms of being among the more talented teams in this league with some future NFL talent on both sides of the ball. I think State will have a hard time duplicating. State had a great game plan to beat Clemson last week. And to the Wolfpack's credit, they pulled it off. It was don't ask their young quarterback, M.J. Morris, to do a whole lot. Try to win with defense. And, of course, Peyton Wilson, the linebacker, had a pick six for a touchdown in a game they win by 7 points. I don't think that same game plan would be enough to beat Miami because unlike Clemson, which is really good on defense but not at all good on offense, the Hurricanes are pretty balanced offensively and defensively. So that Wolfpack offense, which has been really, really mediocre this year, is going to have to find some plays if they're going to figure out a way to beat Miami tonight. They are at home, and that Carter Finley crowd usually juices up the Wolfpack, but Miami is a tougher challenge this season than beating the Clemson Tigers is.
All right, David, let's get your take on East Carolina and Tulane. Tulane rolling in here, a big favorite today. There they see their name on the college football playoff poll, the first one that came out in 2023. So they are riding high, trying to get back to a big bowl, trying to win the American again. And East Carolina playing the role of spoiler and came out hot, throwing down the field, looking pretty good against UTSA last week, but could not sustain that offense, and the defense got exposed really for the first time all year last week. So, David, I know the defense for the Pirates wanting to rebound, the offense trying to find those little positives and improve on that side of the ball. But, man, they got a tough veteran team they'll be facing today at 3:30 at Dowdy-Ficklin.
Yeah, that's a good summary. I mean, I remember on my trip to Greenville for that SMU game, I really thought there was a recipe for an upset. Not that I would have predicted the Pirates to beat the Mustangs, but they were playing really good defense at the time, and sure enough, that defense kept them in the game for a long time, even as the offense continued to struggle. I do not have that same optimism this week. I think Tulane is legit good, legit top 25, legit top of the conference, and the Pirates' offensive ineptitude really, just kind of continues to bleed into all three phases of that game. I hope I'm wrong. I hope it's a good crowd at Dowdy-Ficklin, but I'm not sure I could write unless the defense scores or otherwise sets up short fields for the offense. I just don't know if I have an upset script that I can write for the Pirates this time.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Pirates hammered Tulane just 2 short years ago, but as we know, David, things can change quickly, especially in today's college football. David, tell everybody about your show and everything you've got going on right now.
Yeah, the Grand Central Station is our new website. Our company is the North Carolina Sports Network. We just launched this summer, and some of the stuff we didn't launch until September, so we're pretty darn new. But our website is NC, for North Carolina, of course, ncsportsnetwork.com. We have a new YouTube channel. We have the David Glenn Show in video and audio form. I've had some great guests, all over the state, of course, but also Dabo Sweeney of Clemson, UVA basketball coach Tony Bennett, another national champion guy. He's going to join me this coming week. And we have a lot of great articles virtually every day as well. We're a great baseball state. And Corey Seager of the Texas Rangers, just was the MVP of the World Series. He's from North Carolina, so I'm writing about part of our great, sending North Carolina products to the Major League Baseball level and some of the best players in our state history. So it's a lot of college sports, some pro sports mixed in, and it all starts at ncsportsnetwork.com.
Baseball wrapping up, DG. Football still going on, and basketball will join the fray coming up on Monday. Pirates at home against Ferrum coming up on Monday night. And what is your, outlook on the ACC when it comes to basketball this year, DG? How many title contenders and how many teams you think will make some noise when we get to March?
Well, I know you've heard this sentence before, Cliff, but it starts with the Duke Blue Devils. And remember, John Shire is only in his second year as Mike Krzyzewski's successor, but he's an impressive guy, recruiting, coaching, and otherwise. The Devils did win the ACC title last year. and they're the favorite to win the ACC title in my eyes again. So I think they'll be the ACC's top representative, near the top of the national rankings. And in terms of depth, Carolina has a chance. Obviously, they need to bounce back after that, debacle of a year ago where they went from preseason number 1 to not even making the NCAA tournament. That had never happened in the modern era until the Tar Heels did it last year. But they're good, and they got some transfers to go with Armando Bacot and R.J. Davis. Duke has Kyle Filipowski and Tyrese Proctor as returning starters, plus a really good recruiting class. I think Miami is going to be good. Virginia is going to be good. I don't know if it's going to be a vintage year for the ACC. I actually don't think so. But the top of the league should be good. And, of course, that league tends to be part of the national conversation all the way into March Madness.
DG, great talking football and a little hoops with you on this Saturday. We'll do it again soon. Enjoy your day off. Enjoy the football. Enjoy the flipping around. It's always fun.
Hey, thanks, Clip. It's always fun to be with you, man. Keep up the good work.
All right, there is David Glenn joining us on the Pirate Radio Live line. All right, we've gone to half in a lot of these games, and the weird score got weirder because at halftime it is Rutgers 9, Ohio State, number 1 in the country, 7. Wow. I don't know if it'll stay that way. So Rutgers has had, this is a recipe for losing. In the second quarter alone, a 22-yard field goal, which means they had the ball on the 5, a 21-yard field goal, which means they had the ball on the 4, and a 20-yard field goal, which means they had the ball on the 3. So 3 times there within the 5-yard line, couldn't cash it in for a touchdown, but the field goals are enough to give them a 1-point lead at the half. And McCord for Ohio State, 12 of 16, but just 80 yards, 1 touchdown, and 1 interception. So we'll certainly keep an eye on that one. Texas has a 17-7 lead over Kansas State at the half. It is Arkansas 17, Florida 17, Nebraska 10, Michigan State 10. So a lot of one-score tight tie games going on. Jacksonville State trails South Carolina by 7 at halftime, 21-14. Ole Miss has a 20-14 lead over Texas A&M at the half. And Clemson says forget one score. They are up 24-9 over the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. But a lot of one-possession games, a lot of good ones. Should have a really fun close to the noon window, and we'll keep you up to date with all that right here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. All right, we'll take a timeout, enjoy some Cuccinellas, and also see if we can hook up with P-Mace, Patrick Mason, going to join us on the other side of this timeout. We'll also have our Papa John's Pirate Preview coming up on the show, a chat with Billy Weaver, a chat with Brian North, the Pirate coordinators. It's all ahead as we roll on the Week 9 edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Back with you after this.
Bud Light was brewed to be delicious and easy to drink beer, even when little things in life are hard, like when you're working late and happy hour has already started, but you're about to clock out and head over. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local retailer today. Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Attention athletes and fans. Tiebreakers is looking for all-stars. Do you know an athlete who made a game-winning play, scored an amazing touchdown, or hit a huge home run? We're scouting Eastern North Carolina for this month's most outstanding athlete. Go to tiebreakersathlete.com to nominate your favorite player for the prestigious Athlete of the Month award. Tiebreakers, shining a light on the athletes that make Eastern North Carolina proud. Submit your nomination now at tiebreakersathlete.com.
In football, it takes great offense, defense, and special teams to make the perfect team. With New Blue, it takes great service in plumbing, electrical, and HVAC to make a perfect team. This is Aaron Williams with Ease Plumbing, and we have teamed up with Viva Electric and Roland Black Heating and Cooling to form New Blue Service Group. Same great local team, same great local service. Let us help you tackle any issues you may have. Just go to callnewblue.com. That's callnublue.com. New Blue Service Group, where we are redefining service excellence. Go Pirates.
I'm Michael Vaughn with East Coast Grading and Utilities. Many of you know my dad, David Vaughn, and his work in putting in subdivisions all over Pirate Nation. But East Coast Grading and Utilities is not just for those type of big jobs. We're here for the homeowners. Whether it's concrete, driveways, hauling rock, or sand, whatever you need, East Coast Grading and Utilities can get the job done. Call us at 252-531-7494 or check us out on Facebook at East Coast Grading and Utilities.
Here's the deal. When you combine State Farm home and auto insurance, you can save an average of $889 per year. Hi, I'm State Farm agent Timothy Sawyer, and I'm ready to help you combine your home and auto and save in Greenville, North Carolina. Call 493-0002 today to get started on your personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
This isn't your regular cola, so this isn't your regular cola ad. No beach parties or family barbecues here, just Nitro Pepsi, the first cola ever infused with nitrogen. So forget everything you thought you knew about soda, because that nitrogen gives us a whole new experience. Think an infusion of smaller bubbles for a cola that's got a lighter, smoother texture. And don't get me started on the pour. You don't pour this like any other cola. We're talking turn the can completely upside down and watch as those bubbles cascade into the glass to create a frothy, luxurious foam topping. Can your cola do that? I didn't think so. Unless you've got your own Nitro Pepsi, in which case, cheers to your great taste. Because you already know that the only thing better than the pour is the unapologetic cola taste. What else is there to say? From the creamy foam to the smooth texture to its unbelievably delicious flavor, this is cola like you've never had it before. Time to bring your taste buds to the next frontier. Nitro Pepsi. Smooth, creamy, delicious.
Warren's Hot Dog Pizza, homemade lemonade.
Hungry for game day, Pirate Nation? Take advantage of the Warren's Hot Dogs tailgate special of 10 or more hot dogs for only $1.75 each. And the best part, this special is available every day. Just call ahead and Warren's will have your order ready to go. Hungry for breakfast? Warren's Hot Dogs in Chakawinity opens at 5 a.m. with cheese biscuits, chicken biscuits, sausage dogs, and more. Warren's Hot Dogs in Greenville, across from Ron Ayers, or in Chakawinity next to the fire station. Go Pirates.
Pirate Radio.
And you write that down, because when you're at East Carolina, you go for it every time. Or you don't coach at East Carolina, you don't come to East Carolina, you don't play at East Carolina with a weak heart. Write it.
The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
As we mentioned a few minutes ago, a lot of these games have gone into halftime. Arkansas and Florida are tied at 17 apiece. North Carolina has a 28-7 lead over Campbell at the half. It is Kansas State 7, Texas 17. Michigan State and Nebraska are tied at the half at 10 apiece. Tennessee walloping UConn in the first half 35-3. It is Indiana 17, Wisconsin 7. South Carolina tacked on a touchdown right before the half. They now lead Jacksonville State 21-14. Notre Dame struggling in Clemson right now because the Tigers have a 24-9 lead over the Fighting Irish at the half. It is Ohio State 7, Rutgers 9 at halftime, and Ole Miss leads Texas A&M at the half 20-14. And coming up in about 10 minutes from now, it'll be Georgia Tech kicking off against Virginia, and Temple will be hosting Navy. 18th-ranked Utah will be hosting Arizona State. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. The Buck has all the fun for your Sunday Fun Day covered. Every Sunday, kick off the day at The Buck with the largest 4K screen in Greenville, along with 18 TVs, so you don't miss a single piece of the action. They'll have mimosa specials, a Bloody Mary menu, and pizza all day from Pizza Hut. And don't forget the weekly jersey giveaway, too. That starts at 5 o'clock. Score every Sunday at The Buck. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's Clip Brock.
Alrighty, thanks Shirley Rhodes, the big dog Glenn Griffin here, the Cucinella's Pizza is here, and we are having a good time talking other games and getting you ready for ECU. and Tulane. We've had some Pirate fans who got that special feeling, that magical feeling that we're going to see an upset today. We've got some Pirate fans that think Tulane's going to come in here and take care of business and continue their quest to get back to another major bowl game and, in the meantime, win another AAC championship. So hearing both sides of the equation, let's check the temperature out at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone as we are joined by Ellerby, who is eating good and having fun on just a beautiful fall day here in Greenville, North Carolina. Ellerby, what's going on out there?
It is an A-plus day at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium, and Brandon Manning has cooked up some of the best food we've had out here all year: barbecue chicken, mac and cheese, green beans. It has been an awesome spread, and man, it's been an awesome crowd here in the last 60 to 90 minutes as folks are rolling in. Military Appreciation Day, so I'm getting more optimistic about the crowd. But I need to see if I can get more optimistic about the game. I got my buddy, former Pirate Mark Washington, here at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone. Mark, thoughts on today and the Pirates?
We need to play just solid offense, which means we need to mix up the run and the pass, keep them off balance. It's going to give us a chance on offense to move the ball, score. Defense just got to keep playing like they play. And that way, we'll be fine because the offense will give more breaks and give more rest to be normal. We should be all right then. But we got to have a balanced attack on offense. It's got to be passing. It's got to be running. Can't be up the middle.
Pirates have only won one game this year. It has been here in Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. East Carolina looking to upset a top 25 team today, something they haven't had a lot of success with as well. Tulane is hungry. They've got things rolling down in New Orleans. I mean, what do you feel the need in the next 4 weeks to finish up the season that East Carolina needs to do?
Make a total shift in offensive play calling as far as conservativeness. Get more crazy with it. Spread it out, mix it up, keep them off guard. We got the talent for it. That's all I want to see. That ball mixed up and spread out. The pass-to-run ratio 50-50, which means they can't dictate. And that's what I like. Put them behind the chains. That's what the hell I want to see as a former Pirate defensive player. And our boys are knocking the hell out of people, so I'm already good with that.
Let's get crazy is what Mark says. I got touchdown Tony Collins here as well. Tony, you're back for another football game.
Another game. This might be my last game of the year, though. Get ready to move to Louisiana. You know, I got to go. Got to go.
Is your passport about to expire?
Yeah, it is. So I got to get out of North Carolina before that happens.
All right. Advice for East Carolina fans and the football team today as the Pirates look to try to get an upset and start off November with a W.
Hey, let me tell you something. This is a beautiful day. I mean, the temperature, the people. It's going to be a beautiful day. Now, if I was a running back and I was playing today, this is a running back's game. The day is just, you can run all day today. So what I'm saying is, it's a beautiful day. And who's the offensive coordinator?
Tony, what are you going to tell the team right now? If you were running the team out of the locker room, what would you tell them right now? They're 1-7. They're looking for a message that maybe they can hang on to. What would you tell them?
I mean, you got nothing to lose. Just give it everything that you got because you got nothing to lose. You're not going to go to a bowl game. You can upset somebody today if you just give it all you got. I mean, that's the only thing you can say. Because right now, man, it's a sad year for us. I mean, I'm saying it as a player, a former player. One win, just one, and I look at the schedule and I see I don't think we can get another win. So it's heartbreaking for me. But at the same time, you know, I'm a Pirate. I'm a bleed purple and gold. I would love to see something happen today, but, you know, I'll be totally honest with you. I don't think it's going to happen today. I just really don't. They need to make some changes, and that's what it's going to take for us to turn this thing around. They need to take advantage of the portal. Got to take advantage of the portal because all the other teams are taking advantage of the portal. We have to take advantage of the portal next year, and that's how we're going to turn this thing around. And wouldn't it be great if Ruffin McNeil was available this year? Wouldn't that be great? That's all I got to say.
Have you talked to Ruffin McNeil?
I have not. But wouldn't it be great if he was available for next year? Because, I mean, all he's doing at State is he's not really doing nothing. You know, he's just up there just giving them some advice. Why not?
All right, touchdown Tony Collins, Big Mark Washington, two former great Pirate football players hanging out at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone. It is a beautiful day. Heard you guys and Bailey talking earlier. Can the Pirates pull off the upset like they did back in 2002 when number 22 TCU came into town and the Pirates were able to win 31-28? I don't know if it can happen. I would say this is your base. The fans that are going to be in Dowdy-Ficklen Stadium today, they're your core, so they want to see something good. So maybe some change can happen. But, Clip, it's absolutely beautiful. We'll check back in a little bit, maybe before kickoff. But if you're on the fence of whether you should come see a football game today, pretty sure you can find a ticket if you want to come out. And we might have a little more food and beverage for you, thanks to our friends at Farm Bureau and Brandon Manning, and, of course, Bud Light and Pepsi, keeping the Pirate Radio Zone rocking and rolling today. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Ellerby with the report with a couple of former Pirates, Mark Washington, and touchdown Tony Collins. Oh, we got a wild interception in the Texas game. Kansas State receiver had it, bobbled it, and the Texas safety comes up with it on a tip drill. So Texas looking good, up 10 in the third quarter with the ball.
Hey, Clip,
got some suggestions.
Let's get wild.
We got some suggestions on what we need to do. Was it get wild or get crazy?
I thought it was wild. Let's get wild.
Let's get wild. Let's get crazy. Let's see what Ruffin McNeil's doing. Hey, look.
In the words of J-Lo, let's get loud.
I mean, let's get wild, loud, and crazy. Mark Washington, not just, helping the Pirates back then. He's helping ECU baseball, too. We learned from Dixon Williams that when he was at Conley, he trained with Mark Washington. And that allowed him to hit a home run in the Purple Gold World Series yesterday. But how about our guy, Danny Beal? I never doubted him.
Master GM.
I never said a bad word about him on the radio yesterday when his team was down 5-0. They came back to get the win. Shirley, let's see if we can get an update on what's going on
Gold
today.
won 10-0, I believe.
Danny Beal stinks. Get him out of here. This guy can't coach, GM, draft for nothing. What a bum.
I heard he was in the line for that Red Sox job, and it's not happening now.
No, sir. Not anymore. Get him out of here, man. Good grief. 10-0, Danny? What are we doing?
The good news is the Marlins are now looking at him for that.
Well,
the 10-0 has inspired them.
I guess.
Correction, it was 10-1, I should say. Zach Root and Trey Savage pitched well for the gold, and then they exploded for an 8 spot in the 6th inning.
Ooh.
So the rubber game is tomorrow.
I was going to say, that's the good news. At least it's purple one, gold one.
Yep.
And we'll figure it out.
Impactful Sunday.
Tomorrow at Clark LeClaire Stadium. So there you go. Also, volleyball had a record crowd last night.
It was packed out there, man.
I don't believe they got the dub against a very good SMU team. Okay, so they did lose, but good crowd.
All-time record crowd for volleyball in Minges.
And are having a great year, 18-7. They are now 9-5 in conference play, but slipping a bit. They've lost 3 in a row. They need to right the ship against South Florida coming up on the road next week, and then Charlotte will be home for the home finales Friday the 17th and Saturday the 17th, Saturday the 18th. All right, do we have P-Mace? All right, P-Mace, Patrick Mason joining us here on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Patrick, happy game day. How you doing, man?
What's up, Cliff? Happy game day. I'm doing good.
Pirates and Green Wave. Patrick, get to see a top 25 team taking on the Pirates today. How about this? I was looking up the numbers versus top 25 opponents, and I think ECU, anytime, anywhere, we want the big dog. We're going to upset East Carolina, 13-65-1 against AP-ranked teams. And I'll tell you why that Peach Bowl year is remembered by so many. East Carolina was 0-30 against ranked teams going into that season. And then they beat ranked Syracuse, ranked Pittsburgh, and ranked NC State during that Peach Bowl year. And number 9 is just fine, finishing 9th in the country. But, Patrick, right now we are on an 0-13 streak against ranked opponents. The last one coming against number 25 North Carolina in 2014 when East Carolina rolled up 70 points against the Tar Heels. So an 0-13 stretch here, and East Carolina trying to snap that today against top 25 teams.
Yeah, those are some good numbers there. Yeah, so 0 for 13, and I've been thinking about this one for a couple days now, and I mean, if ECU is to do this, knock off a top 25 team, I think we're going to have to see whatever we saw in that first quarter last week, like throughout a whole game. And I want to see East Carolina really not be afraid. I don't want to see this, conservative kind of style. I think they really need to throw it downfield more. It's kind of the first time we saw a real attention paid to having a downfield vertical passing attack last week. I think we just need to see more of that. I mean, you're not going to beat a good team like this that doesn't make mistakes just kind of by, doing what you've been doing, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I think they really got to do something different and really just open it up and go for the kill.
Yeah, and it was Jalen Johnson last week having the big game on the UB stat sheet, 100-plus yards for him, finally got going. And Chase Sowell's been pretty consistent, Patrick. Had a touchdown catch late in the game. So get those guys the football. And, again, we'll see on the Orthopedics East injury report. You can go to Orthopedics East on W.H. Smith Boulevard in Greenville, online, orthoeast.com. We'll see if we can get a weapon back today in Javius Bond. Again, Mike Houston said he would practice this week. We'll see if he suits up and gives it a go. He's been out the last couple of games.
Yeah, it'd be great to get him back. I mean, he really is that big play threat. He's just so quick and explosive. And we got to see a little bit of that as he started getting folded into the offense. I know he's a good special teams player as well, but, losing him was tough. Gerald Green, he came back from injury. I know he only got 3 carries, but I think it was something like 46 yards, and one of them was a big one. So I don't know, maybe he could help if Bond can't go or if he's kind of limited. But, yeah, you'd love to have that back because, like you said, you got to get Jalen Johnson going, Chase Sowell, and you'd love to have Bond back just to add another layer.
And, Patrick, we finally were questioning the defense last week, giving up some big plays. And, of course, veteran quarterback, good offense in UTSA. We're going to see the same today with Tulane and Michael Pratt. So I think this is a big bounce-back week for the Pirates defense on this Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to have to come against, definitely the conference's most accurate passer. He's up there in the nation as well. I mean, he completes something like 72% of his passes. Only 3 interceptions, too, so he's not really going to give you the ball. You just got to keep your eyes disciplined, I think. Last week, Frank Harris, 7th-year quarterback, did such a good job with those RPOs, those run-pass option. I think if it didn't, suck in the defense, it at least froze them for a step or two, and I think that was the big reason why we saw so many big plays against that defense, which, it was uncharacteristic of them, I thought they played well for most of the year. And last week, they just kept getting hit by these big chunk plays, so they're just going to have to really dial it in today, and going to come against, like you said, another experienced quarterback who kind of knows what he's doing.
Patrick Mason joining us. Jason said, if the Pirates win, is that enough for Houston to get another year? I think Houston's getting another year regardless. Patrick, what's your take on that? How hot is the seat, and what needs to happen for Houston to stay, or do you think he stays regardless?
I have a feeling that he's going to stay regardless. Obviously, a win would look nice. Winning smooths a lot of stuff. A win like this for a big program would be really nice. But I have a feeling he's going to stay. And I really just caution against, one down year just saying, let's get out of here, let's switch gears, let's find a new lane. Because then you're just doing that all over again. You got to have time to get stuff. Coaches have time to get players in. I just think, everyone loved him the past couple of years. I'll put it that way. This year, there's some glaring mistakes. I feel like the offense has just really not been, a respectable offense in a lot of ways. But I don't think you just rip off the Band-Aid right now. I think you kind of got to see it through. I think you owe it to yourself as well just to make sure you're making the right decision.
Patrick Mason joining us. We'll see Patrick coming up Monday in Minges for some Pirate basketball. We'll talk to him again coming up on the Pirate Radio Live program on Wednesday. So we'll have hoops and some baseball. Have you been able to make it to any of the baseball action this weekend? You going to be able to go, Patrick?
I haven't, but I was wondering. I think we get to talk to Mike Schwartz tomorrow afternoon. I wonder if I could fold some baseball in somehow.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I've definitely been following along. It's always fun when those rosters come out. I'm just always curious to see who's where. But yeah, I mean, it's crazy. We're already talking about baseball, but they always find a way to stay interesting.
All right, and Big Dog, the game we are looking forward to the most. We're going to sit out East Carolina Tulane because we want to watch Iowa Northwestern and see how many points those teams can put up. I'm seeing the total at 31.5. Patrick, who scores more points today, East Carolina or Iowa?
Oh man, I'm gonna say Iowa, and I'm not sure why. It's gonna be tight.
An offensive explosion for Iowa. Maybe they put up 13 points.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, double digits is a different territory for them.
Iowa Northwestern at Wrigley Field, the lowest total we have seen in a long, long time. All right, Patrick, enjoy the game. We'll check out your work on the pages of the Daily Reflector online, reflector.com, and talk to you again soon, man.
Awesome. Thanks, Cliff. Have a good show.
Thank you, man. There is P. Mace, Patrick Mason, joining us. Proud Hawkeye, watching his team just completely struggle and covering a team that tends to struggle on offense as well. All right, we'll get another break in. We'll see if we can hook up with the Weave and get a little Papa John's Pirate Preview. Got to do that before we get out of here. Shirley, what you got?
We are going to go out to the tailgate fields here in a few minutes as Luke Fisher is scheduled to join Ellerby at the tailgate lot, so we'll check in with him in a few minutes.
Pass is caught. Fisher will score. The famous words from Ron Franklin as East Carolina knocked off NC State all those years ago. Maybe some good mojo with Isaiah Winstead being back and Luke Fisher and touchdown Tony Collins and Mark Washington. Maybe they can pull together a Pirate victory today against the ranked Tulane Green Wave. We'll take
Do something wild.
Yeah, it's wild. Officially, it was crazy.
Oh,
but we can do it. We can do both. Why not both? Let's get wild and crazy kids. Nickelodeon style. Rutgers is driving. Rutgers has it. Oh, my goodness.
The Rutgers band is playing Nick.
1st and 10 at the 23-yard line, driving on Ohio State, up 9-7. Starting to believe in Piscataway. We'll keep you up to date on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, everything going on this Saturday. More to go. Pirate Radio Live. It's not this show because this is the Bud Light pregame tailgate, and we're back with you after this.
Washington's favorite place to eat and where all the locals go is down on Main Street. Down on Main Street's famous weekday lunch specials are only $7.99. Stop by for the house salad with grilled chicken, the half club sandwich with chips, or everyone's favorite, the fried shrimp plate. After work, Down on Main Street is the perfect spot for dinner and a drink on the patio. Join Down on Main Street every Wednesday for half-price wings from 4 to close. Down on Main Street in historic downtown Washington. Go Pirates!
Be sure to check out David Price Construction for all of your commercial or custom residential renovation and building needs. Run by ECU alumni, David Price Construction specializes in commercial projects, maintenance on facilities, and large-scale residential renovations and additions. Proud to be voted the Remodeler of the Year by the Home Builders Association of Raleigh-Wake County in 2018 and Best Business Commercial Remodel Project winner for 2020. David Price Construction, the proud ECU Home Services partner.
You know, texting while driving is dangerous. That's not new information. Yet most people admit to doing it anyway. Drivers are 23 times more likely to be involved in a car accident while texting. Know the facts and wait to text. The danger is real and it applies to you. Auto Owners Insurance. The no problem people. Information provided by Virginia Tech Transportation Institute.
This is Norm Bryant with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates.
What's up there, Pirate Nation? Kyle Gaines here at Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington, North Carolina. Are you guys ready for the holidays? Because we are here at Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. We have up to 15% off 2023 Jeep Grand Cherokee 2nd and 3rd rows. Also this holiday season in November starting 2023 up to 10% off Ram 2500 and 3500s. And also this month and going forward, we have oil changes as low as $34.95. That's right, folks, $34.95 oil changes here at Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Go Pirates.
The holiday season is here, and Russell's wants to be Santa's little helper. The fall arrivals at Russell's are amazing. Whether it's the great collection of men's suits and sport coats, the beautiful dresses and casual attire for women, or the new collection of Barber outerwear for both men and women, we have you covered. Russell's Clothing has served Eastern North Carolina and beyond for over 40 years. That adds up to a lot of Christmas smiles. Our signature gift wrap is beautiful and free. Put us on your list. We'll both be glad you did. Russell's Clothing in downtown Washington.
This is Frank Lee with Appliances Superstore. We make buying appliances easy. Now we make buying golf carts easy. Yes, that's right. We have golf carts in stock. Icon and Bentelli, street legal golf carts that are ready to hit the road. Mention Pirate Radio and get $500 off your new cart. It's just that easy. Get your new golf cart today and save $500 when you mention Pirate Radio. We're located right off 264 behind the new DMV or AppliancesSuperstore.com. Appliances Superstore, where we make buying appliances and golf carts easy.
Defense! Defense!
What are you doing?
You haven't heard? Carolina Hardscapes has the best defense in Pitt County. And you know defense wins championships.
What? No. They have the best fence company in Pitt County.
Wait, they do fencing now?
That's right. Just give them a call at 364-1201, and they'll get the job done right. And don't forget, they still do patios, pools, and mulch.
Wow, now that's a championship caliber company. Carolina Hardscapes. Enjoy the outdoors.
Country Mart has been locally owned and operated for over 40 years and is your premier country store serving the best cheese biscuits and country food around. Country Mart is open every day and has 2 locations in Bethel on Highway 11 and in Stokes on Highway 903. Both Country Mart locations are top-of-the-line fuel stations serving Shell gas, including 93 ethanol-free high-octane gas, which is the best for all you boat owners. Country Mart, fueling you up with great food in your engines with great gasoline. Go Pirates.
Pirate Radio.
Love quarterbacks eating dirt, pom-poms and short skirts, and I love dancing. Here's the football.
The voice of the Pirate Nation.
I hear the train a-comin', it's rolling around the bend, and I ain't seen the sunshine since I don't know when. I'm stuck in Folsom Prison, and time keeps dragging on.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now back to the show.
Welcome back for the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner. Be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media. Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to keep up with the latest breaking news throughout the game day and, of course, throughout the week as well at PR927 FM. You can join the over 68,000 followers today. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
Well, Rutgers should have just stuck with the field goals. They tried to throw. They got a great drive going. Pick 6, Ohio State. And now it is 14-9, and it might get ugly. I don't know if Rutgers can. That feels like a backbreaker. They had a 9-7 lead. We're going to at least get another 3 on the board, but instead now they trail by 5 with 9:49 left to go in the third on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, presented by Dub Buck.
Dub Buck, and I've got a Notre Dame update for Notre Dame Clemson. Clemson scored almost right out the gate coming out of halftime, and now Notre Dame with a 26-yard rushing touchdown. They now only trail by 8. 31-23 is your score with 3:05 left to go in the third quarter.
Yeah, Notre Dame with 2 scores already here in the third quarter. So a fun one in Death Valley, a fun one in Oxford as Ole Miss has a 20-14 lead over A&M. And Florida has the ball, but it looks like they're going to give it back to Arkansas. And the Razorbacks, a 20-17 lead over the Gators down in Gainesville. So keeping up with all the action. And how about this? We've joined us, Billy Weaver, on the Pirate Radio live line. South Carolina, we've 2-6. Starting to wonder about Shane Beamer. They are now tied with Jacksonville State, 21-all. As they play in the third quarter. So Jacksonville State, that's Rich Rod, right? Jacksonville State tied. North Carolina, by the way, has stretched it out against Campbell. It is 35-7. So North Carolina kind of woke up in the second quarter and on into the third quarter, and they lead it big over Campbell now 35-7 in the second half. It is Temple on top of Navy. Boy, Temple kind of battling East Carolina for the basement right now. 0-4 in conference play, but looking for their first conference win. They have a 7-0 lead over the Middies. All right, now we've got Weave on the phone. Weave, I was talking to you, but you weren't here, so I'll reiterate what I was saying. How about South Carolina 21-21 against Jacksonville State? You still got friends, folks down there in Columbia. What are they saying about Shane Beamer? 2-6 and struggling right now against Jacksonville State.
Yeah, they're not very happy down in Columbia. I've got family down there, and a lot of my extended family are South Carolina fans. I've got some Clemson fans. Yeah, I've talked about that before. That's why I'm not a big Clemson fan, because I've got a ex-brother-in-law who just turned me against Clemson with all his craziness. But, yeah, they're not happy.
Wait, was he the guy that called in and got into it with Dabo? Was that Tyler? Is that your ex-brother-in-law?
Hey, you know what? It might have been. I haven't checked, and I probably should do that to see if. But that's the kind of fans they have down there. They're very passionate at Clemson. And you know what? I hate it for Dabo because he's getting heat he shouldn't be getting. I mean, it's one season so far, and they're having a rough go of it. This guy has put Clemson back on the map, national titles. I mean, come on. Beamer at South Carolina, that's a little different story, though. So it'll be interesting to see how all that shakes out.
All right, Billy Weaver joining us on the Pirate Radio Live line with our keys to the game. And Weave, Pirates came out of the gate throwing the ball downfield and hit a big pass play, and were able to finally hit a receiver for a touchdown. Things looked good there in the first half for East Carolina, but could not sustain it. The old offense showed up, and Pirates lost to UTSA. Can they get anything from that, Weave, from last week and put it together this week and maybe put some points on the board against Tulane?
Yeah, I mean, they've shown that they can go down the field. I mean, like you said, very first play of the game last week, they go deep, but unfortunately, instead of going 3 and out on that drive, the first one of the game, they go 4 and out. You can't do that. I mean, you've got to continue to test the water. And if you look at, if you look at this Tulane defense, where they may be suspect is in the secondary. I say, what have you got to lose? You're 1-7. Tulane 7-1, ranked number 24 in the country. They're, What's the odds? Was it almost a 3-touchdown favorite in this game?
Yeah.
What do you have to lose? Why not? Why not go out there and air it out? And I have been saying this for the last few weeks, that if you go 3 and out running the football up the middle, your people are going to lose their minds. But if you throw a reverse in there, you throw an end around on second down and it's, doesn't shake out, or you throw, 2 go routes or whatever, and you go 3 and out, but you look like at least you're trying. Does that make sense? I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I'm okay with, doing something different and going 3 and out rather than run up the middle, or incomplete pass on third down and go 3 and out. I don't want to see that. This team has got talent. They do. They just need a spark. They need something to go their way. And I think that's how you get a spark. And, we had talked about this, too, is keeping defenses guessing. I think I heard Jason Nichols earlier on the show saying something about, giving teams look. I think you guys were talking about the tush push and, faking it out of that. That's keeping the defense guessing, and I just don't think this East Carolina offense does enough of that. It's obvious because they're not successful. So I want to see some, keeping the defense off balance and taking some shots, man. There's just no reason. At 1-7, there's absolutely no reason not to test the waters.
Billy Weaver joining us with our keys to the game. Shirley, do we have Luke Fisher standing by? Billy, can you hang on 1 second? We got Pirate great Luke Fisher at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone. He's got to run. We'll hear from him real quick, and we'll get your defensive keys.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So we'll go from Weave to Ellerby out at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone standing by. What's up, Jonathan?
Hey, what's up, Clipper? Great treat out here at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone. Luke Fisher. Don't have to describe who this man is. Welcome back to Greenville. Great to see you.
You too. Good to be here.
Tell me, how's Luke Fisher?
Things are well. I'm still down in South Florida. I've been there for 20-some-odd years. So it's unfortunate I only get up maybe once a year, but this was the game my wife wanted to pick, so we're here today.
Luke Fisher in town for Pirate football. The Pirates are coming to South Florida next week, so maybe you could do a doubleheader today in Greenville, next week in Boca.
It might be the first time, yes. I plan on it, sure.
Give us your thoughts on East Carolina football, the state of the program, what the Pirates can do the last month of this season to build upon to next year.
Well, that's the question, right? I think these young men are giving really good effort out there. I think last week was a positive step in getting the ball down the field a little bit on the passes. Defense has been pretty solid. So, listen, I remember the years when I got here, we were 2-9, But moving forward, they just got to work their butts off in practice and improve every week. That's the goal.
You went on a team that won 2 games to a team that only lost 1 game. What do you think were some of the key ingredients that East Carolina can do? And because this Tulane team did it. They went from 2-10 to 12-2 last year.
Yeah, well, I think some of that is picking up some key people after the season ends. Like back when we were playing, we had JUCO. Now there's the other NIL. So maybe next year, coming forward, you pick a couple key people in to fit in those spots, and it'll really help the team gel, I would think.
What's your take of Greenville coming back today? East Carolina. I mean, good weather day. Anything new? Anything?
It's absolutely beautiful here. I mean, the fans are phenomenal. They've always been the best fans in college football. I will always say that till the day I die. This place is great. I'd love the turnout today, and I'm looking for a special game.
Well, Luke, it was great seeing you at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone. Thanks for always coming by, man. I mean, everybody will always remember that iconic 1992 Peach Bowl and all the great plays. And as you just mentioned, a part of a team that was able to turn around from 2 wins to 11. So maybe more magic is in the future. Maybe you'll have some magic for the Pirates today. And then you can return the magic again next week in your backyard.
Yeah, hopefully. I'll keep my fingers crossed. Thanks for having me.
Clip, the great Luke Fisher at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone. I'll let you get back to Billy Weaver.
All right, thanks, Ellerby, out at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone, talking to a Pirate great, Luke Fisher, and we bring back on Billy Weaver. And, boy, this will be a nice segue, Weave, to say get the ball to the tight end. But Shane Calhoun hurt. Last week, Tyler Savage had a catch. Desario Riles had 2 catches for 5 yards. The tight end has just not been a big part. Well, and then again, the offense have struggled as a whole, but the tight end has certainly not been a big part of the offense this year for East Carolina.
Yeah, and I hate that, man, because it's one of my favorite. They're my 2 favorite positions on the offense, and unfortunately, you either have them or you don't. And the second favorite, of course, is fullback for me. Teams just don't use it anymore, and I get it. It's a different day and age, but I'm just a big fan of the tight end. There's so much you can do with a tight end. They're so versatile. It's like the Swiss Army knife on offense, man. And if you've got a great tight end, look at some of these NFL teams that use the tight end so effectively. I just wish that Calhoun was going to be back on the field, and I think we were starting to get him a little bit more involved. Well, heck, he had the only 2 receiving touchdowns until last week when we finally got a wide receiver in the end zone. He was the only one in the receiving corps that was getting stuff, making plays and getting things done. So I'm a big fan of the tight end and always have been, always will be.
Billy Weaver joining us. Defense, Weave, has been good for the most part, good enough to win some games all year. That was not the case last week. They got torched by UTSA. So another good offense, another veteran quarterback coming in today with Michael Pratt. So what's your key for a bounce back for Blake Harrell's guys today?
Well, I think a couple of things. They've got to eliminate the big plays. They've given up way too many big explosion plays on defense. But bigger than that, in a game like this, when you're playing a team like Tulane, you've got to get extra offensive possessions. You're going to hope that you're going to stay off the field a little bit more and get the offense into a rhythm where you can kind of get a rest on that defense. But you've got to kind of create some opportunities yourself, and that's in the turnover department. In a game like this, when you're a big underdog, and they're a very talented Tulane team, you've got to force some turnovers. And, Tulane's prone to do that from time to time. So if East Carolina's defense can create turnovers, win the turnover battle, and they can stay in this game.
All right, Weave. Everything around the game is awesome. You got that sweet logo on the midfield, the stars and bars. Joey Perry and his crew doing a fantastic job. Pirates going with a new look black helmet today and some nice uniforms. You've got beautiful weather, just a perfect fall day in Greenville. Everything's good. It's a recipe for a big day and a big win. The problem is you got to rely on this team to go out and get it done. So maybe they can, Weave. We got some great surroundings. Let's just try to put together 60 minutes on the field today.
Yeah, you hit it on the head, man. You couldn't have asked for a better day for college football. It is absolutely beautiful out here, and the tailgate lots are starting to fill up. You know, the good thing is this is a 1-7 team, and you look across the country at other non-Power 5 teams and see how many fans show up and tailgate and have a good time and go to their games if they're 1-7. I've seen teams that are not Power 5 teams in this conference that are 7-1 go down. I tell you what. You know, if this game was at Tulane, you wouldn't see this atmosphere there. So kudos to the Pirate fans that are out here. And you know what? This is a game that it wouldn't surprise me. It would not surprise me at all if East Carolina came out and upset Tulane. That's just what we've seen from East Carolina over the years. They always seem to win games that they shouldn't win, and, you know, problem is on the flip side, they lose to teams that they shouldn't lose to. So anything could happen. You know, that's why they put the ball on the field, man. So it's definitely a beautiful day for football, and hopefully the Pirates come and, you know, have some energy about them and have some want and will and desire and win this one for the fans.
Billy Weaver joining us, Bud Light pregame tailgate. We'll see you after the game. U.S. Sailor 5th quarter call-in show. Hopefully it's we're celebrating an upset today.
That would be wonderful. I'd love to see it.
All right, we'll see you then. Thank you. Billy Weaver joining us. Also heard from Ellerby and the great Luke Fisher. As, man, a great day for former Pirates on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Luke Fisher, Mark Washington, touchdown Tony Collins, Isaiah Winstead, and maybe the ghost of past Pirates will help out East Carolina on the field today.
You're talking about ghost. Another ghost dropped by.
A little scary?
A little scary.
Yeah. Maybe that'll help somehow. I don't know. Maybe he needs to do a diss track to the entire team, because I feel like it motivated Isaiah Winstead to be better.
What I would like is for us to go all Angels on the outfield. Little Scary's on the field making things happen.
But he lifts up
Jalen Johnson
to make a big catch.
Yes.
And his legs are about to go out of bounds, and Little Scary kind of pushes his
Little
legs.
Scary bends the field goal post.
Yes.
Yeah.
Conrad hits a game winner. Did you just see that? It could happen. You got the kids on the...
yes.
Yeah.
There you go.
Little Scary in the end zone. The remake of Angels in the Outfield. Let's take a break. Hour 4 is ahead. This thing flies by. We'll have our Papa John's Pirate Preview with Brian Bailey when we return on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Back with you after this.
And I ain't seen the sunshine since I don't know when. I'm stuck in Folsom Prison, and time keeps dragging on. But that train keeps rolling on down to San Antonio.
Familia is your go-to spot for the best Italian dishes around, including pizzas, pastas, salads, and homemade desserts.
That's Familia.
Enjoy half-off wine night on Wednesdays, $3 drafts on Thursdays, or get a pizza of the week for just $12.
That's Familia.
Place your order online or call 689-6330, and Familia will have your order ready in their drive-thru window for pickup.
That's Familia.
Clip, really?
Oh, sorry.
Familia on Fire Tower Road in Winterville near Pitt Community College.
What do I like about being a local agent for Farm Bureau Insurance? Above all, I like helping people. Using my insurance experience to make Pirate Country a better, safer place. Insurance is a necessity, and I take pride in helping people find the right coverage for all their needs. I'm Brandon Manning. Call me at 252-531-1812 for a quick auto, home, or life insurance quote, and to learn more about Farm Bureau Insurance and how they can save you time and money. That's Brandon Manning at 252-531-1812.
Get ready for tailgate season at Shimmer Boutique. Locally owned and operated, Shimmer has the best selection of game day apparel and accessories for ladies. And gentlemen, Shimmer has a newly restocked wide selection of t-shirts with brands like Local Boy, Old South, Southern Fried Cotton, and the newest edition, Pimp Shrimp. Shimmer has everything you need this fall. They carry the largest selections of Yetis and Hey Dudes and more. Be ready for game day and every day at Shimmer Boutique with locations in Greenville, Winterville, and Jacksonville. Go Pirates!
Do you have any real estate questions about buying or selling residential or commercial properties? Are you curious about this current real estate market? Do you need a property manager for all your rental houses? This is proud ECU alum Scott Harris with RE/MAX Preferred Realty and SD Harris Properties, and I would love to help answer every question you have and show you a real estate experience that will be memorable and enjoyable. Every step of the way, I'm here to make your dreams a stress-free reality. Call me today at 347-1857. That's 347-1857. Go Pirates!
This is Brian Harris with 360 Golf Carts, Pitt County's go-to shop for all things golf carts. We have E-Z-GO, club car, and utility carts to choose from. Whether it's for the beach, riding around the neighborhood, or working in the yard, 360 Golf Carts has the perfect ride for you. If you have issues with your current cart, take it by my shop for an expert's diagnosis. From parts to sales to service, we have you covered. We will even deliver right to you. So come see me, Brian Harris, on Highway 43, just past D.H. Conley High School. 360 Golf Carts, Pirates supporting Pirates.
The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of pirates in eastern North Carolina. Open 7 days a week with live music. Every Monday, open mic night. Tuesday, karaoke with DJ Captain Morgan. Wednesday, acoustic night. Thursday night, line dancing and music from DJ Dog. On Friday and Saturday night, enjoy the best local bands in the area. And don't forget, Sunday Fun Day during football season with NFL jersey giveaways and more. Check out Facebook and Instagram for all up-to-date info. Y'all come get bucked up. Go Pirates!
This is Talbot Green with Integrity Home Mortgage. Are you ready and pre-approved if the home you want to purchase comes for sale today? This is a very important step when trying to purchase a home in the current market. Integrity Home Mortgage offers a wide variety of loan programs. Our team of Talbot Green, Braxton Green, and Joanne Weir has over 50 years of experience and is committed to providing you with the superior customer service you deserve.
To get started, call me, Braxton Green, at 526-8260.
Braxton Green, NMLS 222-3878. For informational purposes only, Integrity Home Mortgage Corporation is an equal housing lender, NMLS 208516.
While you're sleeping, our whole hogs are slow cooking over wood to create that bite that eastern North Carolina is known for. I'm Sam Jones, and for more than 3 generations, my folks have been the torchbearers for what whole hog barbecue is supposed to be. At Sam Jones, you'll find plenty of smoke, but no mirrors. Everything, and I mean everything, is made fresh daily, including our sides, sweets, and sauces. Come on over and see us at Sam Jones Barbecue, and I bet you'll be able to taste our passion in just one bite. Sam Jones Barbecue, Fire Tower Road.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, things are getting interesting over down in South Carolina as Clemson leading Notre Dame 31-23 with 48 seconds left to go in the third quarter. It's 1st and 10 for Notre Dame, but they are backed up to their own 7-yard line. So they are trying to get out of territory as now they just completed a pass, and the Irish are in good field position now as they take a pass out to the 30-yard line. Other scores going on right now. It is Ole Miss 28, Texas A&M 21. Ohio State leads Rutgers 21-9. Jacksonville State has taken the lead over South Carolina 28-21 in the third quarter. It is Indiana 17, Wisconsin 14. Tennessee rolling over UConn 56-3 is that score. Michigan State leads Nebraska 13-10 in the fourth quarter. Texas all over Kansas State 27-7. It is Arkansas 20, Florida 17, and North Carolina beating up on Campbell. They're just starting the fourth quarter, 45-7 is that score. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. They have all the fun for your Sunday Fun Day covered. Kick off the day with the largest 4K screen in Greenville, along with 18 TVs, so you don't miss any of the action. They'll have mimosa specials, a Bloody Mary menu, and pizza all day from Pizza Hut. And don't forget the weekly jersey giveaway starting at 5 o'clock. Score every Sunday at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's Clip Brock.
All right. Yeah, just saw Ohio State punch one in. And recipe for the biggest upset of the season is not kicking 3 field goals inside the 5 and throwing a pick 6 in the red zone if you're Rutgers. So kind of saw this one coming. Ohio State now up 21-9 over the Scarlet Knights of Rutgers. Looks like K-State may have just put a touchdown on the board, but they are still have a ton of work to do. Texas up big on Kansas State at the end of the third quarter there. And as Shirley said, keeping an eye on Clemson Notre Dame. That could be a fun finish down in Death Valley with Clemson up by 8 in that one. All right, where are we? We are to the Papa John's Pirate Preview. Brian Bailey puts his spin and his preview on every East Carolina football game, and does it again today, previewing the Green Wave of Tulane and the Pirates of East Carolina.
The Pirate Preview, brought to you by Papa John's, your MVP for game day or any day. Place your order online at papajohns.com and sign up for Papa Rewards. Papa John's, better ingredients, better pizza. Now with your Papa John's Pirate Preview, here's Brian Bailey.
It's East Carolina and the Green Wave of Tulane today at 3:30 at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. Tulane comes to town and ranked 21st nationally. They've got experience at quarterback, and they are hitting on all cylinders to date. That, according to Pirate head coach Mike Houston.
Yeah, they are. Coach Fritz has done a great job with that program, and, they have a solid team returning from the conference champion last year, Cotton Bowl champion, 7-1, ranked in the top 25 in the country. Veteran quarterback Michael Pratt, one of the top quarterbacks in the country, so a tremendous challenge for us this weekend.
UTSA brings pressure. Flynn lofts it to the end zone for Johnson. Did he get a foot down? He did. Touchdown, Pirates.
The Pirates did show some signs of life on offense last week in that 41-27 loss to UTSA down in San Antonio. Pirate quarterback Alex Flynn had his best day as a Pirate. Still, Flynn knows the offense has to do more.
Yeah, I think, I think we had a better week of preparation, this past week. And I think we're starting to, get some, translation to the game field from practice. And I think that comes with, gaining more experience and, getting more consistent as a group. And I think even, with all the new guys working together, I think we're working together better.
Tulane is a big favorite in today's game. Green Wave coach Willie Fritz says you can't go by East Carolina's 1-7 record. He says the Pirates are much better than that.
We've got to be single-minded in our approach each and every week, and it's got to be with East Carolina, and you got to, what we did against Rice didn't carry over this week, good or bad. And in order for us to play the best we're capable of playing, we got to prepare for East Carolina. As I said before, they got a lot of good players. They're a good team. They've, I thought we played really well last year out here, and we beat them 24-9. I think they're a good ball club.
It's 1-7 East Carolina and 7-1 Tulane today at 3:30 on ESPNU. For the Pirates to win, the offense will have to play even better than they did last week, and the defense can't give up the big plays like they did at UTSA. East Carolina leads the all-time series 12-7 with Tulane, but Tulane won last year's matchup 24-9 down in New Orleans. It's a great chance to pull the big upset. It's the Pirates and the Green Wave. For the Papa John's Pirate Preview on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, I'm Brian Bailey.
All right, thank you, BB. Papa John's Pirate Preview there. Looking at what Tulane's done in conference this year. They beat UAB by 12, 35-23. Nice win at Memphis. I remember watching that on a Friday night. I think Tulane got out early 10-0. Then Memphis got up 21-10. And then Tulane scored the last 21 points of the ball game and won at 31-21. So that kind of a back-and-forth game there. And as you heard, if you heard and if you missed Corey Glore earlier in the show, saying that Tulane has let teams back in it in the second half and have had to kind of hang on and win games. They against North Texas, they win at 35-28, and then Rice with a comeback last week, but Tulane wins it 30-28 in that one. So they've played some one-score games here. The Memphis game was a close game for the most part. So they've been in some close games and have found a way, as good teams do, to win those close games. And they are a 17 at last check favorite over East Carolina on this Saturday. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll see if we can hook up with Brian North. We'll also hear from the coordinators, Donnie Kirkpatrick and Blake Harrell. We might try to check in with BB one more time live on the beautiful playing surface of Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium, and we'll have fantasy picks. We got all that and more coming up. Hour 4 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate, and we've got more to go when we return after this.
Must be getting early, clocks are running late. Day by number, morning sky looks so phony.
Bud Light was brewed to be delicious and easy to drink beer, even when little things in life are hard, like when you're working late and happy hour has already started, but you're about to clock out and head over. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local retailer today. Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Once you get your hot stuff freshly grilled right in front of you at Jersey Mike's, I'll tell you, there's no going back to anything else. That'd be like going back to calling your friend on their home phone.
Hello, McDougal residence.
Hi, can Jerry come to Jersey Mike's?
Jerry! May I ask who's calling?
It's Danny.
It's Donnie! Pick up the phone! Yoo-hoo!
You know what? I'll call him when the cell phone gets invented. Nope. There's no going back once you get it freshly grilled. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Looking for a hometown service in a hometown atmosphere? Look no further than G.W. Walker & Sons in downtown Washington. Randy and Carolyn Walker will work with you to make your home renovations come to life. At G.W. Walker & Sons, we offer a wide selection of flooring for your home, office, church, or school, along with expert installation. Stop by G.W. Walker & Sons at 203 West Main Street in downtown Washington, and let's start making those dreams come true. G.W. Walker & Sons, serving Eastern North Carolina since 1946. Go Pirates!
Did you know 1 in 5 Americans use alternative wellness practices? And this number is growing, with good reason. Your CBD store empowers modern wellness through premium hemp products. We're the #1 CBD brick and mortar in the world with products for sleep, focus, recovery, and more. Our products are the gold standard in hemp wellness. Your CBD store, Greenville, 420 East Arlington Boulevard, or call 999-5127.
Must be 18 years of age. This statement has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey, Pirate Nation! Lindsay Gray here with Carolina Caliber. Dove, ducks, and deer, it's that time of year, and we've got the guns and all the gear. When you're not getting rowdy at Dowdy, enjoy browsing our online store and take your pick from the largest selection of firearms and accessories in Eastern NC. Be sure to check out our weekly hot deals, and when you're ready, head to Carolina Caliber. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to lead you to the perfect treasure. Carolina Caliber on Fire Tower Road in Winterville. It's a time-honored tradition.
Are you having a hard time participating in the activities you love due to pain? Well, then you need a good stretch or perhaps a massage. At Bodies in Balance, they offer massage therapy, assisted stretching, and Graston techniques to help provide solutions. With years of experience, the team at Bodies in Balance can create a stretch or massage program that is right for you. Mention Pirate Radio to get your first free stretch and your first massage for only $1 per minute. Call 916-4530 to get on the schedule, or you can visit them online at Bodies in Balance PregameTalents.com.
Hey, John, I see your new system's having issues already.
Yeah, I used the other guy with an AC brand I've never heard of.
You should have used Delcor, John. They install Train. It's hard to stop a train.
I know, but the other guy was cheaper.
Cheaper isn't better, John.
I know.
Don't use the other guy. Call Delcor. For a limited time, buy a new Train system and pay 0% interest for 12 months. Visit Delcor.com for more details. Delcor, the service professionals.
The best burgers around. Everyone loves a thick, juicy, and fresh burger. Tiebreakers in Greenville, plus the all-new Tiebreakers in Winterville do real burgers better than anybody. So don't just go to any burger-themed restaurant chain. It's time to break the chain and eat local. Tiebreakers, real burgers at its best.
Everybody loves burgers.
If you think football never ends, then you belong with us. Pirate Radio 1250 and 930, the voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. You can watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. You can watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday from 3 until 6 p.m. and the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate in the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter on game days. Just go to YouTube, search Pirate Radio TV, and subscribe. And while you're at it, click on the like button, too. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is Clip Brock.
All righty, back with you. Our number 4 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. That phone call might be our next guest. We shall see. Rutgers trying to keep in the fight and just hit a big pass play. They're going to have it in the red zone, but trailing right now. The Buckeyes of Ohio State 21-9. We do have our guest on the Pirate Radio Live line, Brian North, joining us. North, how you doing on this game day?
I'm doing good. Clipper, how are you?
Doing all right. We've been got a top 25 team we'll be seeing today, Brian, inside of Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium, and talked about it all time on the UB stat sheet. East Carolina 13-65-1 all time against AP-ranked opponents. Crazy, Brian. The Pirates were 0-30 until that magical 91 season where they knocked off 3 top 25 teams. And East Carolina currently in an 0-13 stretch against top 25 teams. Have not beat one since they rolled up 70 on pretty fraudulent top 25 North Carolina team in 2014. But, you know, East Carolina's got that anywhere, any place, anytime, underdog, chip on the shoulder mentality. But the numbers are not as good as I would think. 13-65-1 all time.
Yeah, because, you know, but it's the upsets that you remember.
Yeah.
Right? So, and there's been plenty of those with ECU and their underdog mentality through the years. And so, look, today would be a great day. I don't know if it would salvage the season completely, but it would go a long way towards validating what Mike Houston has been trying to do this year. So can it be done? I don't know. It feels like ECU is always good for one good upset a year, one good win a year against a team that maybe they weren't favored against. And so this would have to be it. But and they've had success against Tulane through the years, maybe not as much recently. Did a couple years ago. But, you know, look, defensively they can compete. It's a matter of whether they can put up points or not. And so we'll see against a pretty good Tulane team.
Brian North joining us, Pirate Radio Live line on this Saturday. Brian, we had some chatter in the chat earlier today on YouTube. Jason saying, if the Pirates win, is that enough for Houston to get another year? My thought is Mike Houston's probably back regardless of what happens, although definitely could be wrong. Been wrong before on coaches. Was wrong about Ruffin McNeil the year that he got fired. So you never know. But what is your take on how hot that seat is for Mike Houston? Does today or any game the rest of the way have an impact on his coaching status at East Carolina for next year?
I think there's things you always look for, apathy of the fan base. You look for whether the players quit on them, things of that nature. But who's the athletic director that hired Mike Houston?
Right.
it's the current guy, John Gilbert.
Yep.
So I think you would give him a little more leeway. And I personally, based on the resume so far, I don't think you get rid of him this year. I mean, you're coming off a season when you won your first bowl game in 10 years. So I think he definitely has at least one more year. You'll probably mandate some kind of changes, whether that's coaching staff or better transfer portal or something. I think they certainly have to sit down and come up with a plan for the off season on how to improve the program. But to me, I don't think you do it. I think that's how many times has ECU fired a coach and has set them back? I just don't think. This doesn't feel like John Thompson or Scotty Montgomery, where the program has no hope of going in the other direction. They've been there under Mike Houston. I don't think he became a bad coach in 1 year. So, look, to me, he gets another year, and then you see where everything falls. But I don't see it. The fan bases are emotional every week to week. Everybody wants to fire somebody. It's just the cathartic nature of fans who somehow emotionally invest in these things, which I could never quite figure out. It's entertainment to me, but no, I don't see it. But I know a lot of people want it, and that's just when people get crazy that way.
Brian North joining us. Folks do want to see some better offense, and was looking at the numbers on the UB stat sheet. East Carolina averaging 18 points a game, 119 on the ground, 169 through the air, not even averaging 300 total yards as an offense this year. So that is something you do want to see revamped this offseason. Is there anything, Brian, that thinks maybe these last few games we could see it for East Carolina? Is there any kind of sparkle of some hope that they can figure something out? Had some big plays last week, but again, we're talking week 9 here and still struggling offensively.
When I talked to Mike Houston before the season, when there was thoughts of the dual quarterback deal, I asked him, how do you know when and who to play when you do 2 quarterbacks? And he said, I've never done it before. I'm not a 2 quarterback guy. And they've tried to do it, and it hasn't worked. I just think you probably have to stick with one of them. I think they tried to stick with Mason Garcia. It didn't work. I think Flynn's probably the guy to finish out the year if you want to win. There's also, looking at the future with other quarterbacks on your roster just to see who can compete so you know what to do with transfer portal. But I just think sticking with one quarterback, and I think it's Flynn. He seems to move the offense better. He's a little more turnover prone. But I think you just have to stick with him and use Garcia in situations in the goal line or short yardage situations. I think if they stick with one quarterback, they'd probably maybe have a little bit better success. It's been frustrating to watch when do you play a quarterback, right? They tried to stick with Garcia for a while. It just never felt quite right. So sticking with Flynn to me is kind of where you need to be right now and see if it works or not, and then what you need to do in the offseason.
Brian North joining us here on the Pirate Radio Live line. ECU Tulane going at it at 3:30. We're going to have some fun finishes here to the noon window of games, and we'll keep you up to date on those. And looks like the Arkansas is about to potentially take the lead over Florida. It's 23-20 Florida. Arkansas's got it in the red zone. I don't know what's happened in this game. It was 27-7 Texas over Kansas State. Now it's 27-27, and Kansas State is kicking an extra point. And, oh, my God, they bobbled the extra point, and they're not going to get it, so we're going to have a tie game here. So this one flipped very quickly, and we have a tie game in Austin. So we'll keep you up to date on everything. What you got, Big Dog?
People are calling for Arch.
Yeah, I don't know what. Did we get a pick 6 or something in that game?
I think there was some bad quarterback play. Good quarterback play, though. Rutgers has struck back.
Yeah, Rutgers is staying in the fight, Brian. Potential upset of the season, 21-16. Ohio State leading Rutgers, but they just scored a touchdown and are still in this in the fourth quarter.
And they've got Isaiah Crumpler coming too, so look out for Rutgers, right? I mean, look, that's what they've been doing slowly there, but it's Ohio State just seems like it's always primed for one of these upsets.
I thought I've heard the question a lot with Crumpler. Why Rutgers? And it's a valid question. It's not a football powerhouse. It's not in the area. It's a strange choice. But do you know Rutgers' record this year through 8 games, Brian?
It's a winning record, isn't it?
It's 6-2.
Yeah.
And giving Ohio State a game. So Greg Schiano got it going once again for the second time there in Piscataway.
Are they playing for first place in the East?
They are 3-2 in the Big Ten. So the 2 losses have come in the Big Ten. So But, Brian, how about what's going on in the Palmetto State? Keeping an eye on Clemson. They lead Notre Dame. We talked about Dabo yesterday, 31-23. But the score of interest right now is Jacksonville State 28, South Carolina 28. We talk about hot seats and firing guys too soon, but Shane Beamer 2-6. How hot is his seat right now, Brian?
That's a good question because, they like to change coaches down there every couple of years, right? And I think that's what's kind of set them back ever since they had a nice long run with Lou Holtz. They've just kept changing them around and around, and I think the lack of consistency. I thought it was an interesting hire when they got him. I just didn't think he was quite ready for a Power 5 school like that, but they pulled the trigger on him. He had a decent coaching staff there, but again, it's the recruiting thing and the transfer portal thing and trying to figure things out year to year. And so they just haven't established that culture there under him quite yet. But sometimes you got to give guys time. He's only been there a couple of years. So, but no, they don't have a lot of patience when it comes to their Gamecock football if they're not winning right away in a very tough SEC.
No doubt. Brian North joining us. And, Brian, I'm ready for hoops. I know you don't talk about hoops until January or February, but East Carolina will suit it up coming up on Monday. And you also got, high school playoffs going on, ECU Purple Gold World Series. So something for everybody out there. It's a fun time of the sports year.
Yeah, it sure is. And Carolina Hurricanes and hockey.
Yeah.
And, it is an interesting time as the weather cools down, how much fun this can be. And it helps that football would be a little bit better in our state right now. College isn't great. Panthers aren't great. So it's really better when you have a little more fun things to focus on. But high school playoffs will be pretty good if we have anybody who can make a deep run. I'm not even sure we have anybody who will do that this year for us.
North, enjoyed the day. As Brian told us on Friday's edition of Pirate Radio Live, it is picture day. So hope you look nice, and there is a lack of crying and complaining from the girls, and it goes smooth.
Yeah, keep your fingers crossed for us. Well, everybody's worried about the offense. I'm worried about playing defense here with the Terrorists. So, yeah, it's going to be fun.
Good luck to you. Thank you, Brian. Enjoyed it, man.
All right, see you later, Clipper.
There is Brian North. As we go to break, Glenn, I tell you what, I don't know, I might have to do a 180 on this one. Although I was kind of excited about it. I said the Hornets should tank for the in-season cup. So I didn't watch any of it last night, but I looked at the scores.
Man, I can't watch it, though. The courts are very brutal.
Maybe this is good, like radio. Maybe listen to the games. So the games were like competitive, and if you look at the Warriors winning on a last-second shot by Curry, Draymond was talking about how exciting it was.
The NBA has been good.
The Nets win by 2. The Bucks win by 5. Like every game was pretty close, and it almost felt like 2. And you got the Blazers winning in overtime, a last-second block. It felt a little bit different, like seeing the celebrations and stuff. So maybe kudos to the NBA for this.
It's just weird that it happens and doesn't happen.
What do you mean?
The season, like it happens it's kind of like the soccer tournaments, where it happens in the season and doesn't happen. Do we have somebody inside the studio?
We had an Amazon drop-off.
Oh, okay. All right. You were looking that way and then looking over here, and I was like, do I need to go bust?
No bust. No need to bust. But, yeah, so next week it starts again, or it's up again next Friday. So
that's what I mean. It's the come-and-go factor of it.
Yeah.
I wish we got it done in, 2 weeks.
Yeah, because it did, watching the highlights, it seemed like there was a different feel, a different level of intensity. And a different level of ugly courts.
This is the night before, but Wemby versus KD.
Man, that was good.
Is prime viewing. And it just makes you consider, there's a lot of, the what ifs are endless with Wemby right now.
What do you have, 40?
38.
38.
And then
3 threes, 3 from 6 from behind the arc.
And then a few blocks and a few steals and impact.
No doubt.
And what you saw was it wasn't all dunks. It was mid-range. It was mid-range hezzies. It was pulling up on the break. It's the whole package, and you saw him do it against the all-time great.
KD, yeah.
And held his own at 19. And, a lot of people say, what does he look like at 25?
Right.
Is it Giannis?
What if he's still growing? What if he'll be 8'3"?
There's just a lot of questions with this cat. What happens when he puts on 40 pounds of Texas barbecue?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, there's a lot of questions about what his body and the style of his game is going to be in the future.
Finds him a fat woman from San Antonio that feeds him good.
He starts showing up with hot plates like my man Dirk did in Dallas.
All right, Austin on YouTube said, I'm currently Christmas shopping with my wife in Hobby Lobby, depending on clip to be my sports center right now. I got you covered, Austin. Ohio State touchdown. They take a 28-16 lead over Rutgers. Texas and Kansas State are tied. K-State with 20 unanswered to tie it up. But Texas has the ball around midfield, and they are moving it right now, trying to take the lead against K-State. Ole Miss up by 3, but A&M just scored, so 31-28 in that one. Notre Dame has the ball, and they trail Clemson 31-23. Notre Dame deep in their own territory right now. Arkansas has kicked a field goal to tie it up with Florida 23-23. It is Indiana 17, Wisconsin 14 in the fourth quarter, and Indiana has the ball right now. Michigan State with the ball up 20-10 over Nebraska. It looks like South Carolina's going to have to punt it back to Jacksonville State. That's at 28-all, and you're going to have all kinds of meltdowns there in Columbia if South Carolina loses this game to Jacksonville State. They're not the are they the Gamecocks? Yes, Gamecocks versus Gamecocks in that game.
Cock on cock action.
Yeah, and the underdog Cocks winning right now. Let's get a break in. When we return, we'll hear from Donnie Kirkpatrick, Blake Harrell. We'll get a coordinator check-in and have more for you. And I will be your Sports Center, Austin. And for all of you unable to follow what's going on right now, keep you up to date on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard presented by Dubuck.
Dubuck.
We'll take a break, come back, more to go. Bud Light Pregame Tailgate after this.
The Sidebar is the place to be this football season in downtown Greenville. Get your team together for dinner on the patio or inside starting at 5:30 Tuesday through Saturday. Or take a break from work and enjoy the tastiest foods around for lunch Thursday through Saturday from 11:30 to 2:30. And on Sundays, enjoy a delicious fall brunch from 11 to 2. Make your reservation today by calling 751-0151. Follow The Sidebar on Facebook or on Instagram at sidebar.greenville for more details. Go Pirates!
With U.S. Cellular, it's just $19.99 per line for 1, 2, or 3 lines. So you don't need that robot daughter you built to get a 4th line for family plan pricing.
Oh, Robe Elizabeth? She's not gonna like that.
The robots will prevail.
Oh boy.
Get the low rate of $19.99 per line. U.S. Cellular, built for us. Terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
Get 1, 2, or 3 lines for $19.99 per line right now at Atlantic Wireless, your U.S. Cellular authorized agent in Bellhaven, Snow Hill, and 3 locations in Greenville.
Do you want to get rid of wrinkles, tighten and lift your skin, smooth your skin texture, erase veins and brown spots, get rid of unwanted hair and under-eye fat pads? Are you interested in Botox or filler? Contact the licensed professionals at Beauty Bar Medispa for a free consultation and ask about our newest technologies and treatments. Learn more at beautybarmedispa.com. Red Banks Road, Greenville. Enjoy your visit, love your transformation, and go Pirates!
UBE and PirateWear.com are proud to offer the Pirate Nation its largest inventory of ECU merchandise and tailgate supplies ever. UBE has the best prices in town, so that makes UBE your one-stop shop for all things ECU. UBE does daily restocks of Champion, Adidas, and Under Armour. Don't forget to bring your young Pirates to plunder the Crow's Nest, which is the only kids store dedicated to ECU. Plenty of free parking in Uptown Greenville. Visit them online at PirateWear.com. Go Pirates!
Turkey, ham, bacon. These and other meats are great around the holidays and every other day, but they all leave behind grease when you cook them, and grease is a real pain in the drain. When you pour grease down a drain, it cools and can clog sewer lines. That can lead to sewer spills, which are messy, bad for the environment, and can also be expensive. Never pour grease down the drain. Instead, collect it in a container like a used soup can or jar. Let it cool and throw it away in the trash. Together, we can protect our sewer system and the environment. For more information, go to GUC.com.
Save a load on a new John Deere compact utility tractor and loader from Quality Equipment. It's never been easier to get the best brand on the market at an unbeatable cash price or with great financing at our lowest ever monthly payment. Now is the time to get that tractor package you've been dreaming of to get your next job done right. Stop by one of our 36 locations in North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia, or visit us online at qualityequip.com.
Here at Brown & Wood with Jeff Stein. Jeff, I've noticed a lot of great GMC pickup trucks on the lot.
Yes, sir. We have 2500s and 1500s in stock and the all-new 3.0 Duramax diesel. We earn 30 extra trucks on allocation, so go online, brownandwood.com, or stop in, build your truck, we'll get it coming for you. Brown & Wood, voted #1 by the customer in Greenville. 4 brands, 3 generations, 2 rooftops, and 1 goal to make sure you leave a happy customer.
What's even better than going to Jimmy John's? The great taste of Jimmy John's coming to you. Check out their convenient catering bundle, including a 12-pack of half sandwiches made with fresh-baked bread, hand-sliced meats, and fresh veggies, plus 2 premium sides, 15 chips, and 15 desserts, all for one great price. You can also choose an a la carte option. Pick it up, or they'll set it up for you. And don't forget Jimmy John's loyalty app with a free sandwich after your first visit. Jimmy John's in Greenville and Wilson, and online at jimmyjohns.com.
This is Coach Blake Harrell, defense coordinator for East Carolina football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
Listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now back to the show. Now with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, it's strange score Saturday as Arkansas and Florida are tied at 23 with 10 minutes left to go in the game. North Carolina beating up on Campbell right now, 59-7 in the fourth quarter. As Clip mentioned earlier, Kansas State ripped off 20 unanswered points. They're now tied with Texas at 27-all with 6 minutes to go. Michigan State leads Nebraska 20-16 with 3.5 minutes to go in that game. Tennessee all over UConn 56-3. It's Indiana leading Wisconsin 17-14 in the fourth quarter. South Carolina and Jacksonville State tied at 28 with just under 11 minutes to go. Clemson hanging on to that 8-point lead, 31-23 with 4 minutes to go in that game. Ohio State leading Rutgers 28-16. Ole Miss leads Texas A&M 31-28. Utah leads Arizona State 14-3 in the second quarter. Georgia Tech has a 10-7 lead over Virginia in the second quarter. Temple has jumped out to a 17-0 lead over Navy with about 3.5 minutes to go in the first half. Army and Air Force are underway. Army has a 17-0 lead on Air Force. FAU and UAB underway, no score as of yet. Memphis has an early 7-0 lead over South Florida, and UTSA and North Texas are underway, no score as of yet. That is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. They have all the fun for your Sunday Fun Day covered. Every Sunday, kick off the day with the largest 4K screen in Greenville, along with 18 TVs, so you don't miss a game. They have mimosa specials, a Bloody Mary menu, and pizza all day from Pizza Hut, and a weekly jersey giveaway starting at 5 o'clock. Score every Sunday at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's Clip Braun.
All right, we do have a field goal from Texas, so we're going to have a good finish in Austin. It is 30-27, Texas on top of K-State with 6 minutes left to go in that one. And Florida has a third down coming up at the Arkansas 47, and they are tied with 10 minutes left to go. So, yeah, going to be a fun finish here to these 12 o'clock games as we get you ready for the 3:30 kickoff between the Pirates and Tulane. And we've got Marcus Crane will just send me an awesome picture. I guess, is that young Marcus talking to younger Jeff Charles? Don't even look.
That looks like a younger Jeff Charles.
It's definitely a younger Jeff Charles. I'm saying, is that a younger Marcus? I guess it's
possible.
I might send this to you, Glenn, and get it out there. Let me confirm that's him. But that's an awesome picture from back in the day. from Marcus. Good stuff. Marcus, I believe, will be back with us on the pre and post game next week. Today, it'll be Nick, Jason Nichols, and the Weave, Billy Weaver, joining me on the U.S. Sailor fifth quarter call-in show. All right, Alex Flynn, quarterback of the Pirates, finally connected with a wide receiver in the end zone. In fact, he did it twice last week as the Pirates got 2 touchdowns to receivers, Jalen Johnson and Chase Sowell. On the year, Alex Flynn passing, completing 51.1% of his passes, 4 touchdowns on the year to 7 interceptions. So numbers not where they need to be, but little sign last week with a couple of touchdowns from Flynn. He talked to the media earlier this week. Shirley, let's hear that right now.
First of all, how you feel? I mean, you took some shots last game, so you feel good health-wise or getting your body back?
Yeah, I feel good. A little bruised up, but nothing too serious. So
you're running like that. I mean, you're obviously trying to get as many yards as you can. Is there like a balance trying to, I don't know, pick when to slide, or are you just the type to not really want to slide?
Yeah, that's the thing about the slide is like I feel like you lose probably like 3 to 4 yards every time you slide. So I don't know. I think we need those extra yards. So I try to run if I can. Yeah.
How'd you feel, the offense performed just kind of when you have a couple days to process it? I mean, how do you guys feel like you did last week?
I think we improved. I think that's it's a good thing. I think as an offense, I think together we improved. That's a good thing about it. We didn't come out with the win, which is the ultimate goal, but I think as an offense we did step up together.
I was going to say, Coach talked a lot about like seeing great stuff in practice and then just not translating on game day.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, do you feel like this was maybe some of that stuff did translate over and did come over, and like what was maybe the difference in allowing that to happen?
Yeah, I think we did have some stuff translate. I think really from the practice field to the game field, it comes down to the little things, and I think in practice we've been focusing a lot on the little things, and in the game on Saturday, I think we did bring those. We executed better on the little things, so I think that made a difference.
You've been trying to get on the same page with Jalen Johnson the whole year. You guys finally clicked and it looked the part. Just talk about how you kind of transitioned with him throughout the year and gone to him in those situations and how it came up big.
Yeah, Jalen had a great game. He's one of our go-to guys, obviously, great player. I think just 8 weeks into the season now, plus fall camp, I think just the extra, time and, working with him in the game plan, things like that, I think really helped.
You guys, as an offense, how much, confidence can y'all take from that? I mean, like you said, not winning the game, but as far as just stacking some explosive plays and getting into the end zone, just multiple times, what does that mean to you guys going forward?
That does have a lot to do with confidence, for sure. And I think you play better, especially as an offense, with confidence. And I think it allowed us to build our trust with each other better. I think that's a big thing, too.
Tulane this weekend, chance to turn things around, national TV home game. What do you see from Tulane?
Tulane, they've won the Cotton Bowl last year. They're really good on defense, like always. I think they play well as a unit. We're going to have to execute, but there's big stage, big opportunity. So I think we'll be ready to go.
Last year they would rush 3 or 4 drop, a lot of coverage. This year I know they got a new coordinator, but do they still do some of that? And if so, do you have to be patient at times in the passing game offensively?
Yeah, I think they still do a lot of the drop 8, not rush as many. But they have, with the new coordinator, I think they have mixed in some more man coverage, a little bit more blitz. We'll be ready for all of it.
Yeah.
Go ahead. How has it been for you week to week? We've heard Coach come in and say, we schemed on this. We're going to play Mason for a few series, and then Alex is going to take it for however long Alex goes. And how has that been for you now that we kind of saw you all week last week?
Yeah, I mean, every week I've been preparing as like I was gonna, play the whole game. So I think me and Mason have both prepared that way, and I think a full week of the preparation was good. But, like I said, it's, you prepare as you're going to play. I think me, Mason, and Raheem even, we prepare like we're, watch the film. We all get reps with, both groups out there with pretty much all the receivers, all the linemen, all the running backs. So, yeah.
How does it go? Is it something that you kind of find out like a day or two in advance, or at the beginning of the week you guys have a meeting, or is it just kind of when coach says I go, I go?
Yes, I mean, it really depends. So I think a lot of it has a lot to do with how we perform throughout the week. I know coach talks a lot about, earning your role and everything. But yeah, we, I guess it just depends like week to week. So,
Alex, you do have a year of eligibility left, and that might be a postseason question. But you want to go to med school, so do you know what you want to do for next year, or is that like a after the season decision for?
Yeah, I mean, I focus on the week to week. It's probably more of a after the season decision and thing to think about.
Gotcha.
It's Halloween. What's your favorite Halloween candy?
I'm a Reese's guy, I think.
Did you dress up? You have a costume or anything?
No, I'm pretty busy now during the season, so schoolwork, things like that. But
do you go like Reese's, like the regular Reese's, or like the Reese's, I don't know, Christmas trees and eggs? Like, what's your favorite type of Reese's?
Well, I know they have the bats, the jack-o'-lanterns out right now. I think I've had a few of those actually.
Refrigerated Reese's are really good.
Oh yeah, have some in the freezer right now.
You're busy now. You can't dress up now. But what was your favorite costume growing up?
I guess when I was younger, like really younger, I know my mom was always telling me that I would dress up as Elmo.
There you go. ECU quarterback Elmo, a.k.a. Alex Flynn, talking about, confidence he's picking up, and hopefully it comes through for a full 60 minutes for this ECU offense today. Got a couple updates before we get to our next interview.
So do I.
Okay.
It just depends on which one you have.
I've got K-State driving, and they're reviewing a catch that would put them in the red zone, but they trail Texas under 5 minutes by 3. Ohio State keeps Rutgers out of the end zone, so they're likely going to win. And Florida has kicked a field goal. They're up 26-23, 8 minutes left to go. They lead Arkansas by 3.
Well, Notre Dame threw an interception, and it looked like it was all but over for Notre Dame because that interception took place with just under 2 minutes to go. And then on the ensuing possession for Clemson, they fumbled the ball, and Notre Dame recovers. Now Notre Dame is driving down the field with 1:17 left to go in that game, trailing by 8.
And the Gamecocks kick a field goal to take the lead over the Gamecocks. Which one, you ask? South Carolina. A 3-point lead with 5:51 left to go in the fourth over Jacksonville State. All right, let's hear from, really enjoyed my one-on-one with this young man. He's a fun guy, Deontay Johnson, and he talked to the media earlier this week. Let's hear that chat with the Pirate defensive lineman.
Well, how do you think it went out there first scrimmage of the spring?
First scrimmage, it's going to be a few hiccups, but I feel like that was the first test to see, like.
That's not it. See if we got
That's not it. Daggone it. I looked at the wrong.
I wouldn't mind hearing.
It was the wrong date.
More about the scrimmage than I would how the real season's going right now. But
okay, give me 1 second.
See if we can find Deontay from earlier in this week.
Okay, got it.
All right, let's go.
Oop. Come on.
Happy Halloween.
You got any good costumes this year? You dress up as?
Yeah, I wore a Joker costume.
Okay.
Took a picture, took it off.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
It's hard when you're in season, right?
Yeah.
Well, Tay, just talk us through, man. Obviously, bowl game off the table at this point, but still 4 games left. So, like, do you guys kind of treat each week at this point as, almost a, bowl game? You got 4 guaranteed games left.
It's still a game, so we still can go out there and play it to the best of our ability. Our goal now is to just play as hard as you can and get all the positives you can moving forward. And just, I hate to say it like this, but mess up everybody else's season, you know what I mean?
Right. How do you feel like the locker room's hanging in together and kind of refocusing after the UTSA game?
The locker room, there's a lot more excitement knowing that we doing stuff we should have been doing. We seen each other do like camp way back then, so we're excited to see how we move forward with all the positives from the last game.
What do you see from Tulane offensively on film?
Vet quarterback, vet O-lineman, they're pretty good. I haven't seen too much of the receivers, and they got a good back.
Are you tired of going against Michael Pratt yet, or you enjoy kind of those challenges?
Nah, I didn't really. Last year, was my first game back was against Tulane. I tweaked my knee again, so I really didn't play much that game. Then my freshman and sophomore year, I didn't really touch the field. A lot of people be forgetting that, like, this is really my first full season since I've been here. But yeah, I like the challenges. He's a good quarterback. I want to see it.
You touched on how this is really your first full season. Your production has gone way up, and obviously the numbers have followed with it. Just talk us through your mindset and how you've approached the season differently, knowing you're fully healthy.
My mindset going in is I work hard all year round for 12 opportunities. Like, I'll be a fool to go out there dead or just like flat. Like, this football, I've been chasing this dream since I was a kid. So I've go out there and get my best every time, no matter who in front of me.
How much did maybe the Michigan offense prepare you for kind of Pratt? Similar kind of touch?
Going against them guys, I think about I went against the best, you know what I mean? So everything else is going to be, it's football, you know what I mean? No matter who back there, it's still the same concepts. That's the way I look at it.
Playing a ranked team at home, does that add any extra juice to you guys this week, or is it still just another game?
It's a game. They know that, the guys know that we're not respected because of our schedule or our freak, whatever. I know what I'm saying, but whatever. So we just can go out there and just give it our best.
UTSA, much more of a tempo team, tries to get you off balance, hit you with some big shots.
Yeah.
Tulane, more of like a ground and pound, keep you where you want to be. You guys approach that any differently in practice, just how you're doing that?
No, every week we prepare for tempo because we'll never know who might copycat from another team, or if we know they're a tempo team, we definitely going to stress it during practice. So it's still the same approach.
Favorite Halloween candy?
I like Twix.
Me too.
If I'm going chocolate, I'm definitely going Twix.
Twix out of the fridge or at room temperature?
Either one, but if you put it in the fridge, that'd be cool too.
We asked Flynn who we thought was going to come in a costume, and if so, what costume they would wear in the facility. Who's your guess?
Tegan.
What would he wear?
I don't know. Like, Tegan, he one of a kind, so you never could guess anything like Tegan's next move. There's gonna be something wild though if he do it. You'll see it, I promise.
You say you were the Joker, but growing up, what was your favorite costume to wear?
A football player. I just put my rec league pads on every Halloween, just go to class. A bunch of me and my teammates, yeah. But definitely a football player.
Did you wear your rec league jersey, or did you wear an NFL player?
I wore the rec league one.
So you were yourself for how long?
Yeah.
All right, Deontay Johnson, funny guy, and I love his mentality of, hey, I get 12 of these a year. Well, we're not going to go out there and take them off just because we're out of bowl eligibility or anything like that. Oh, no, college kickers. Let's take a break, Shirley. As we do, Kansas State just missed a field goal from inside the 10-yard line, and now Texas will try to run out the clock. K-State does have 3 timeouts, but they're under 2 minutes. And, boy, that one hurts if you are a Wildcat from Manhattan. We'll take a break, come back, more to go on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We'll have our fantasy picks. And Luke wants to know a prediction from Shirley. So we get Shirley's prediction for ECU and Tulane. Also, beware, Chad's giving Crown Jewel spoilers in the YouTube chat. So if you don't want to know if you're going to watch it later, don't look at the YouTube chat. More to go on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate after this.
Excuse me while I kiss that policeman.
Texting while driving is dangerous. That's not new information. Yet most people admit to doing it anyway. Drivers are 23 times more likely to be involved in a car accident while texting. know the facts, and wait to text. The danger is real and it applies to you. Auto Owners Insurance, the no problem people. Information provided by Virginia Tech Transportation Institute.
This is Brian Smith with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates!
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Taylor from Fleet Feet, making sure you have the best and most comfortable shoes this tailgate season. Locally owned and operated by ECU alums Chris and Kendra Lunyon, Fleet Feet of Greenville provides solutions through one-on-one services to runners, walkers, and everyone in between. Fleet Feet has the tools and technology to get you in the right shoes, including a 3D foot scanner that measures arch height, width, and more. Come see us at 207 East Arlington Boulevard in the old Gordon's Golf and Ski location. Fleet Feet, we run for you.
What's up there, Pirate Nation? Kyle Gaines here at Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington, North Carolina. Are you guys ready for the holidays? Because we are here at Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. We have up to 15% off 2023 Jeep Grand Cherokee second and third rows. Also this holiday season in November starting 2023, up to 10% off Ram 2500 and 3500s. And also this month and going forward, we have oil changes as low as $34.95. That's right, folks, $34.95 oil changes here at Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Go Pirates.
I'm Caleb Stroud, the founder of Stroud's Marine. I grew up on the water and I've loved boating my entire life. In 2012, I decided to give back to the marine community by creating a way for boaters to order pre-owned salvage marine parts online. Stroud's Marine was born to offer incredible prices and unparalleled customer service. We stand behind every part we sell, and our mission is to save you money and get you back on the water as quickly as possible. Visit StroudsMarine.com today for more information. Stroud's Marine, your best source for salvage outboard parts.
This is Talbot Green with Integrity Home Mortgage. Are you ready and pre-approved if the home you want to purchase comes for sale today? This is a very important step when trying to purchase a home in the current market. Integrity Home Mortgage offers a wide variety of loan programs. Our team of Talbot Green, Braxton Green, and Joanne Weir has over 50 years of experience and is committed to providing you with the superior customer service you deserve.
To get started, call me, Joanne Weir, at 531-1148.
Joanne Weir, in MLS 75974. For informational purposes only, Integrity Home Mortgage Corporation is equal housing lender, NMLS 208516.
Hey you. Yeah, you. Have you heard? Greenville Auto World is under new ownership and is now part of the DriveHereNow.com network. DriveHereNow.com is run by local people who buy, service, detail, and sell everything directly to you. Greenville Auto World is now the 5th dealership to join the DriveHereNow.com network. Get car shopping today at DriveHereNow.com and choose a location near you. DriveHereNow.com, serving Eastern North Carolina for over 47 years and proud supporter of the Pirates.
I'm Sam Jones, and for more than 3 generations, my folks have kept the fires burning for Eastern North Carolina Whole Hog Barbecue. At Sam Jones, you'll find our smokehouse pumping out wood-fired meats, cooked fresh every single day. There are no freezers at our place. Everything, and we mean everything, is made fresh daily, including our sides, sweets, and sauces. Stop in and see us, and I bet you'll be able to taste our passion in just one bite. At Sam Jones Barbecue, you'll find plenty of smoke, but no mirrors.
Do you need custom t-shirts, apparel, or promotional items for your business, organization, or event? Keep it local and print it local with University Sportswear. University Sportswear is your one-stop shop to help promote your business and always provide superior customer service. No matter what apparel you need for your team or customers, University Sportswear can make it happen. Visit universitysportswearenc.com for contact information. University Sportswear, the official sportswear provider of Pirate Radio. Go Pirates!
This is former ECU football player Bryce Williams, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
Going to a party in the county jail. Prison bell was in, they began to wail. The bell was jumping and the drum began to swing. You should have heard them knock down some of it to sing. Let's rock. Everybody, let's rock. Everybody in the wholesale block was dancing to the jail.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now back to the show. Now with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, with about 3 minutes to go, it is Florida trailing Arkansas 30-26. This game has gone into a final, 59-7. North Carolina beating Campbell. Kansas State is trailing Texas by a field goal, 30-27 with a minute and a half to go. Michigan State beats Nebraska 20-17. Tennessee wins over UConn easily, 59-3. Indiana beat Wisconsin 20-14. South Carolina leading Jacksonville State 38-28. Clemson avoids losing another game and moving to 4-5, so they beat Notre Dame 31-23. Ohio State leading Rutgers 28-16. Ole Miss leading Texas A&M 38-35. Utah has a 17-3 lead over Arizona State. It is Georgia Tech 17, Virginia 7 in the second quarter. At the half, it is Temple 17, Navy nothing. Army all over Air Force 20-0 in the second quarter. South Florida trails Memphis 14-7, and UTSA has a 10-0 lead over North Texas. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard. Brought to you by The Buck. They have all the fun for your Sunday Fun Day covered. Every Sunday, kick off the day at The Buck. They have the largest 4K screen in Greenville, along with 18 TVs, so you don't miss a game. They have mimosa specials, Bloody Mary menus, and pizza all day from Pizza Hut, and a weekly jersey giveaway starting at 5 o'clock. Score every Sunday at The Buck. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's Cliff.
All right, wrapping it up, we'll get our fantasy picks, Shirley, and we'll let you go first. Also, Luke wanted a prediction. What's your score for today?
2017 East Carolina.
All right, sounds good. Who's your fantasy pick?
Chase Sowell.
All right. Big Dog, who will score for the Pirates today? Or you can go defense or kicker.
I want to go defensive and give me Jeremy Lewis.
All right. Mike Houston talked about him, was it this week or last week, about the season he is putting together right now for East Carolina. And I will take, he found the connection with Jalen Johnson last week. Why not again? Thank y'all for tuning in today. Hope you enjoy the game, and we hope you are back with us on the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show after today's game. Thanks to Cuccinella's for the awesome pizza. Enjoyed that during our Bud Light pregame tailgate. Thank you for tuning in, and to all our guests as well. We'll talk to you after the game on the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show. For Shirley Rhodes, the Big Dog, I am Clip Brock. Thanks for tuning in to the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Go Pirates.
You've been listening to the Bud Light pregame tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates. Stay tuned and join us after the game for a complete recap and your phone calls on the U.S. Cellular 5th Quarter Call-In Show, right here on Pirate Radio, the voice